The first item on the agenda is praxis STEM discussion. Is there a staff person to present? Dr. Mackey will be here later. He's out taking pictures.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
How y'all doing today?
Great.
That's good. So we are here just, as I said, for a discussion. I understand that there were some things that, some questions that some of the board members had from us, just to refresh. Early last year, there was a task force that met, and one of the recommendations from the task force was to temporarily suspend the praxis requirements. However, once that was presented to the board, it was a no-go, and we ended up with the options for allowing the -1 and -2 SEM on the praxis scores. So what I wanted to do today is to tell you where we are with numbers, and then entertain any questions that you might have.
To clarify, I believe the board passed a 2-year delay, a 2-year
Correct.
praxis.
That is correct.
It was not an open-ended, it said sunsets next year.
Next
We
year.
don't do anything, it stops.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
And so it expires June of next year,
June of
2024.
Okay, and that was for the -1 SEM. And what I want to ask before you go forward, I want to thank you and Mr. Markham, because I had asked for information as to where we were on the -1 SEM, and what I shared with board members on last month is what you all had given me that was dated as of February 10th.
Right, and I have an update if you want me to give that first. Yeah.
And because what I had shared with Mr. Markham on last night at the Teacher of the Year celebration is that even though we perhaps get an update today, I also would be interested, since we're ending the semester at most of the colleges and universities, that perhaps we can see an update in July, which will give you all the month of June.
Sure.
Because I think we were basically anxiously anticipating having around, and I think Dr. Mackey had gotten his numbers from ETS, about 700 teachers that would be entering into the field. That was the number that we had been given. But looking at this, I realized, however, some of the young people perhaps who had graduated perhaps went back home and did not even stay in the state of Alabama. So this may be what is being reflected. But whatever you give us as an update will be appreciated.
Okay.
And then I'm also asking in July to update, knowing that commencement exercises are now going on in most colleges and universities.
And I would venture to say, just to, with the 700 number that you mentioned, that the number that was received, I think, if I recall correctly, included anyone who would have registered for that assessment. So it didn't necessarily mean that they were a completer or going to be a completer at an Alabama college or university.
No, the statement that was made, we did not discuss completers. The statement was in reference to those that would be entering the teaching force, if I'm not mistaken.
Right,
I took
but they can
notes.
be entering through a number of different ways.
Right.
So
But it was through praxis, because that was my concern.
Right.
So I was not asking about any other way. I was
Okay.
asking about praxis. So if there was any miscommunication, then perhaps that can be reflected. But I was asking about praxis, and the comment that Dr. Mackey made was in reference to ETS, which would have been dealing with praxis, not completers.
All right.
But anyway, whatever you have,
Okay.
I'm receptive to receiving.
Okay, all right, so what we have as of now, we have, and just to let you know, based off those that have completed.
Is it gonna be up here?
No, I don't, I just have my notes here.
Do we have what you have or what I gave out?
I have a copy.
Okay, thank you. I mean, just so we can follow along.
All right, so just to let you know, since the board made the recommendation for these changes last year, we've issued a total of 3,148 certificates to individuals based on completion of a program at an Alabama college or university. So that's the total number of certificates that we've issued up until now. And again, this does not include the upcoming spring graduates. Of those 3,148, there are a total of 56 who utilize the -1 or the -1 SEM option. The document that Ms. Martin just gave you breaks it down based off institution as well as the subject area there for you. Also, the option was extended to those who hold a provisional certificate or an alternative type certificate. And since the board adopted it or passed the resolution, we issued a total of 129, and of those 129, 9 utilized the -1 SEM option.
How were the universities informed about the changes? Do you think that it could be that they were not aware?
There was a memorandum published by Dr. Mackey that went out to the superintendents, as well as it went to the deans of the colleges of education as well. And we've had a lot of communication with them as well, but of course it was optional whether or not they decided to utilize the option. So, you know, it was up to them whether they wanted to use it.
So not all universities utilize this
No, ma'am.
option, they kept the standard where they were.
Yes, ma'am.
And what I've also, in talking to some, college or university personnel, it's not that they did not want to utilize the option. Some students still did not score where they needed to be with the -1 SEM. That's one thing. But with the provisional, even though we had, I think you said the 9, at some point, they're still gonna have to get the standard practice score. Is that not correct? Or how does that work with the provisional?
With the provisional, the option that we presented for them was that they provide at least 15 semester hours of coursework in that area, so that's what they have done.
Okay.
But they
then-
scored within the -1 SEM.
Okay, but then after 3 years, does something not have to occur, or they're fine now?
They're
They
fine,
will always be
right.
certified at this
Yes,
point?
ma'am.
So that gives us right now about 65, is that the 56 plus the 9?
65.
Okay.
65.
All right.
Pardon me, I would like to add additional questions that have arisen to me. I realize part of the reason that we wanted to have a larger pool of teachers was a teacher shortage in critical areas, not critical academic areas, but critical teacher placement areas. And I've been asked, how many of these teachers stayed where we don't need, where we have a proliferation of already applicants, or how many have gone to the high need schools? And as we look at this -1 data, part of our consideration, part of my consideration as a board member will be some commitment for these individuals, if they get this allocation, if they make a commitment to teach where the higher needs are. And I work in the district that has very low needs and very high needs. And if we're gonna accommodate a lower test scores to get them certified, then I think we need to have some expectations, as we do in many other programs, in law and medicine, that you go into the high needs area. And I think as this board faces another year of decision, that's some of the data after they get graduated, see where do they go to work, or where do they try to go to work.
Well, Dr. Reynolds, I agree with you. I think that if we, as we're pursuing recruiting teachers, that we consider incentives for these high critical areas. You know, when you look at, like you said, physicians, they have an incentive package to encourage them to go. And so I think that's something that we need to consider to encourage people to come to those critical need areas.
And we can talk, I can talk with our, we have 2 recruiters that, we definitely are providing support to those areas. We don't necessarily make the employment decisions, of course, that is left up to the local LEA. But we can definitely talk to those LEAs about what incentives they offer for individuals who come into those critical needs
But
areas.
more importantly, as Dr. Chestnut and I are saying, that incentive rests with the decision on the board about their credentialing. And if they want to get credential with this decreased practice score, as a board member, I want to know what they're gonna do for us, or then meet the standard score. And if you wanna teach in the high scores that we have more applicants than we need, then I'm not interested in giving them a certificate. if they're not willing to commit a year or two in the higher content scores. And that's what we're willing to do, I'm willing to do the first time. I'm not willing to go again for 59 teachers if they're not going into the areas they can't recruit teachers.
Yes.
And I agree when you say critical need areas with math and science. However, all of the areas are becoming critical. I mean, elementary education, early childhood, special education, so it's beyond what we always think about being critical.
Right.
I mean, because when you talk about 65, you know, we look on the sheet, you know, you have some that may be in math, but then you have some that are in elementary education. So, I mean, all areas right now, Dr. Reynolds, are critical.
I'm talking about critical jurisdictions,
Locations.
critical jurisdictions, school systems.
But if you only have 65, you don't have many to go anyway.
If
Critical or
none of
not.
them are going into Perry County or some of the Harriet Needs, what are we doing good? What our program was to increase students that in response to what Dr. Chestnut said, into the schools that can't recruit teachers. And if they're just going to Madison City, which has a proliferation of teachers, we're not doing ourselves a favor.
Okay,
We
so
have
you're
to
saying
use
critical
what,
jurisdiction.
we have to use whatever we have to deal with people who want a credential to make them serve our children, our students, better. If we're on the board, and that's our objective, is to make people be able to go to Selma or some of the higher needs areas, that's what my vote will depend on that.
Okay, well, beyond the critical jurisdictions, I'm saying all areas
Right.
are critical, beyond that,
But
some
I'm
areas.
concerned,
And I
my
understand
my
what you're
comment
saying.
is the critical jurisdictions.
Okay, and mine is beyond that. However, one other thing that, you know, I would say, and I think I was saying this on last year when we, you know, came for the group. My only concern is we put together task forces that are supposed to help us because we don't necessarily have the time to dig deep into what needs to be done when you talk about the superintendents, the principals, the teachers, the people from the community, the deans, etc. And when the task force came with their recommendations last year, as a board, we ignored. I think Dr. Chestnut, you were on that task force. We just completely ignored what they recommended. However, that's fine because we know that in America, there's a democracy, the majority rules. So when it came before the board, we did not even look at. That didn't come before us. What came before us at that point was not what the task force had recommended, but the negative SEM. So you all have done what I've asked, -1 SEM, by bringing where we are. In July, just let us see where we are, and then I'm
August
sure.
probably would be a better time
August.
frame instead of July because some of them, it takes a little time when they have a lot of graduates to get
Okay.
the items in and then.
August will be fine, but I know that we're a long way from the, you know, projected 700 that we were hoping to have.
But I think we have two things on the table, and I agree with Dr. Richardson as well as, you know, what I mentioned about
So what,
critical
maybe, huh?
need areas. And Dr. Reynolds, we have a shortage everywhere.
We do.
And so we have, you know, in the critical need areas, the issue is compounding. You know, so we've gotta look at what can we do to just encourage people to come into the field of education, and then what additional incentives can we provide to those critical need areas. Oftentimes, and we've had superintendents to tell us, they'll commit to the critical need areas until they get an offer from another area. And then at the last minute, the school districts that we're left, you know,
Right.
with nothing or no one, and then we can't compete with incentives that school districts provide through local funding.
Right.
And so, you know, we've got to at some point, really look at what are we going to do beyond words, but with resources to encourage people to come to those critical need areas. In addition to making sure that we consider and keep in the forefront of our minds that we have a need across the state. And so, I want to thank Dr. Richardson for just bringing this to the forefront, and thank you all for coming back in August so that we can really, really see how we can, overcome the barriers that we have.
And I think what we also need to know is there are certain areas of which we, it's just mentioned that are doing fine. They aren't, their recruitment is working for them. So where are we, we keep hearing about a teacher shortage. Well, that's an easy term to say.
Yes, it is.
But can you come back with what areas are of, just doing a blanket whitewash doesn't work for me. I wanna know what areas are in greatest need and give us some numbers and what's
And we do have that.
You
We
do?
sent survey data to the survey information, request to the school systems at the beginning of the school year, midway, and then we're sending another one at the end of the school year. And it's just to find out where their shortage areas are. And honestly, the top area, this time has been elementary education.
That's what I've been
So,
hearing,
and that's
right.
across the board in all districts, regardless of
Right.
if you're affluent or not, they're having difficulty.
Well,
And find out why, right.
see, I've got Superintendent Davidson here in rural Jackson County, and Jacksonville State and Athens State. If those people all went to Huntsville and Madison City and won't go to Jackson County, that's my district, or some of the rural parts of DeKalb County, I have a different attitude for those people. And that's what I'm gonna look at when I vote. I only get one vote. Everybody votes on their own criteria. But I'm clarifying up front what I'm looking for as a representative for all the school systems in Alabama.
Can I ask a question and also share? So when you mention a vote, what are you referring to? I missed.
Well, I'll clarify it now, because we talked about the fact that this,
You don't have to talk to me.
no, I will tell you.
But we-
You
I
ask
did
me, you
ask
ask a question, I'll answer your
Yeah.
question.
Okay,
The issue was brought up, I think you were just walking in, that this 2 year, this -1 was a 2-year authorization.
Yes.
That sunsets automatically in 2 years.
Yes.
So the discussion, the vote was subsequently will be to whether we extend it or modify it. That's what the next vote will be.
And I assume that would be if the superintendent put it on the, recommended it to the board and we had it on the agenda at the time. So it may be a recommendation that you don't have, or is it already a mandatory?
No,
I didn't think it was.
no, there'll be no, so what the board approved was a pilot, and it's time limited, so, you're both right. If we made a recommendation to extend it, then that would obviously have to have a vote to extend it. As it is now, if there's no recommendation from me or the board chooses not to vote on it, it goes away at the end of that time. So, and at this time, we don't have a recommendation because we're looking at the data. Obviously, as I said, and I know I came in late, we picked up a few teachers. I'm gonna sound like a politician because I agree with everything I've heard said, because Dr. Richardson's right. Like, there was the potential out there for hundreds of teachers. Some of our institutions didn't participate. I mean, they don't have to, so they decided not to recommend people in the pilot program. Most of them did not. And then some of the teachers chose, rather than to my understanding, and I can't point specific, but like some of them, instead of going to go ahead and apply, they decided to take the test again anyway to get to the actual score. So they wanted to demonstrate that they had the actual score, because, as you know, we had some districts, I talked to a couple of you, and the districts had said, we want to hire people who hit the actual score. So even if they're fully certified, we're going to look at their transcript. So some of our candidates decided to do that. So we just ended up not having nearly as many as was potential, but that's why you do a pilot program. And so potentially there are a couple of things that could happen, I think. One, we could come back and I would, if there's going to be another recommendation, it'll be crafted in a work session with you. I promise you that. So we could say, well, we want to try another 18 months. So let's extend the pilot, but not make it a permanent thing. We could say we're going to make it more limited to something like Dr. Reynolds had alluded to. It's just really hard for us to do that. Now, remember, one of the discussion points last year, I think in the work session, but I know several people talked to me about, some superintendents, was, well, what if you just certified people and they only went to certain districts? The problem for us with that is, you either have it's like having a driver's license. We can't Aaliyah can't give you a driver's license. It's good in Baldwin County, but it's not good in Mobile County. I mean, you either have a driver's license or you don't. You have a teaching certificate or you don't. So that's not really doable as a permanent certificate. It could be like if they were emergency, we could, but we couldn't, that's hard. So we could look at that, or we just say, look, we're gonna go, the pilot didn't produce as many teachers as we thought, we're not gonna extend it. One of the things in the interim that we are working really, really hard on, of course, y'all talked about, this was nobody's preference. We want the highest quality teachers, the most teachers that are high quality as we can get. And so, in the meantime, we told y'all we were going to, and we're working with, and that's not all worked out yet, we haven't worked with an institution, but we're trying to help students in tutoring to get ready for the praxis, and not when they finish the course. So the pilot, not really a pilot, but the study we're working on, instead of like them finishing all their college work, taking it, don't make the score, now I go into tutoring, it's like starting the tutoring in at least their sophomore or junior year, to help make sure that as they go through the coursework, they are getting ready to take the praxis ultimately. And so we have a small project. We have one institution that we've been in deep talks with. I've talked with the president a couple of times, and they want to do it, but it's been complex to get their folks to get it all worked out. But we think that may be a kind of logical next step. Is ultimately we obviously want everybody to pass at the regular cut score. How do we give them the supports to get there? There are a lot of tutoring programs currently in place.
Yes, and there are some institutions that are utilizing.
Some institutions are paying for it.
Yes.
Or they're letting students pay for it, but most of them are like, I have to not pass the test, and then I go into the tutoring. And so we're trying to get where we do that ahead of time, so you get more people passing on first try.
Well, I had another part of what I was going to say. I just wanted to have that clarified, because I understood that it was temporary and it was one that would either sunset on its own, or we would, in the interim, hopefully have something in the works, and you just mentioned part of that. The other part, every discussion I have with teachers who are not real pleased with this, and they understood the reasoning, but my concern goes back to the places where we need them the most. We really need the best, and that's what we've tried to do in the past. And when we've had success with interventions in certain areas of the state, without mentioning them, we have taken the best who loved the challenge, and they went in and they produced an incredible result. And it was because they just have a gift, but they have that love that they projected. As a parent, I don't want just anyone in my child's classroom all day, 5 days a week, and having more influence than I may have once they get home. If that person should not be in the classroom, then they just shouldn't be in the classroom. If they can't meet the standards, they will not let the lawyers in this room know. You can't pass the exam. You can't officially become a lawyer. You may have gone through multiple years, maybe even more than the regular 3. But the point is that teachers, as they talked about last night, they're the ones who help produce, and I mentioned a lawyer, but you know how tough it is. I mean, everybody talks about it, and they don't get sleep. But the same thing is, I respect the teaching profession enough to know that you set a standard, and they will meet that standard. If they really want to be there, they'll be at every tutoring class. You send a child in the morning if they need tutoring in whatever subject, because a teacher is willing to get up at whatever hour before sometimes the sun comes up in order to work with their students. I want that kind of teacher in the areas where we need them the most. And yes, it may take incentives. It may be something that we need to push with the legislature, because it's going to require a package. And it may be that you could attract people who've retired, going back into the profession, because I know a lot of teacher retirees who would love to be back in the classroom because they love it so much. But at the same time, there's a lot of frustration, so we have to support them and back them up. But this concerns me only because it sends a message that we just, we're gonna lower the bar. And we want them just to go to the areas where we need them, and we don't need to just fill classrooms with people who are warm bodies, and they may have the degree, but they can't meet the requirements at the end. I don't think that's right. And you would close law schools, to use that example again, since Jason's sitting here, I can see him. But they would close law schools if all of their graduates, or a certain percentage, they would take away that accreditation. They can't meet the standards. So that's my concern, is that I think so highly of these colleges of education and the future teachers, the students who are there, and the teachers who we need to attract to the most difficult areas in the state. That's what we need to be doing, the opposite, and that's what has worked in the past with interventions. We put the best that we could find, and we're willing to go and wanted to go into those classroom settings. I don't want them just to have a job.
One cannot infer statistically, as a teacher, that the highest practice score is the best teachers.
I'm not saying that.
Excuse me, let me finish.
Okay, but
Please, let me finish.
you interrupted.
Nor can you infer the highest LSAT score is the best lawyer, or the highest MCAT score is the best physician, or the highest GRE score is the best student. And what we had to examine as a teacher, Ms. Bell, is how predictable the practice score is on the quality of the teacher. And if you infer that just the practice score or a lower practice score means you're not a good teacher, that's not solidly statistical substantiated.
And if you
I'm
watch
sorry,
the
it's
video
not.
again, you will find that that's not what I said. So
What did you say?
Well, if you go back and watch the video, you'll hear what I
I'm
said.
listening to what you said. You said, did you want to create a lower practice score, which may infer that we're putting
I
lower
didn't say
quality
that.
teachers in.
No, I said that if we set a standard, it's like in other professions. If a student or graduate at this point, if they cannot meet a standard that is set by a governing body, there are different professions that have that in place. I have children who've gone through the process, and everybody in this room has gone through a process at some point in order to be in the profession where they serve. But the point is that I think at the same time that we look at this, I'm not saying that you're correct or that you're incorrect. What I'm saying is my own personal opinion, and I see other examples in other professions that are certainly respectable professions, just like the teaching profession. And I certainly respect classroom teachers. I've always told my children to say yes ma'am and no ma'am, yes sir and no sir, thank you. All of the things that show respect, because that's how much they know that I respect teachers. And that is reflected, thankfully, in my girls. And that's one thing that I hope that we can, again, encourage. I do respect teachers, and that what you just interpreted was certainly not what I said, but you go back and watch the video.
I'll be glad to, because I want to be clear. The score on the practice being below one standard deviation does not mean those teachers are less qualified and less capable of being
And I
a
did
teacher.
not say
That's
that.
my statement, not what you
No,
said.
I
That's my
understand.
statement.
That's fine.
I
But I
do
didn't say
think
that.
at the time that the board took this action and made the decision, we were dealing at that time with a set of critical circumstances in the state. And we were looking for not just this as a possible solution, but lots of other things coming out of the teacher task force that was meeting, and other groups that were advising us. I think, very often we have to try things, and I do recall being on the dais that day, and I do recall asking, could we try for 2 years just to see if this might be something that would assist us in bringing some teachers in the classroom. So far, not as many as we would like or would have hoped, but we did gain some, is my understanding. And so I do think that we have to be willing to try things, even if it doesn't go as well as we'd hoped. If we remain stagnant, we will continue to have the problems that we have in the Black Belt and in other places in our state, particularly our rural areas that are getting smaller and smaller. So I'm grateful for the conversation today, and I'm thankful for those universities that did take advantage of this opportunity and that did offer more students into our teacher candidates into our schools.
Dr. Reynolds,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure I was sitting at this table when the first discussion started, but there is one thing that I remember that day. I really don't know other professional organizations and occupations that have substitutes. In education, we have substitute teachers. And I remember Dr. Chestnut saying, I had rather have a teacher in there who is one SEM away from the score that we have been requiring than to have a substitute teacher who has only had an elementary, just a high school education. That keeps running in my mind. And that says to me that that's, if there's any way that we can accommodate those people who are one standard error of measurement away, they are better qualified to sit in that classroom than a substitute teachers. We don't have substitute doctors, we don't have substitute lawyers, I don't think, do you, Jason?
Sometimes we do.
We don't have substitute engineers, but we have substitute teachers. And the standard for a substitute teacher is much lower than what these teachers with minus one SEM would acquire. So that's what I keep thinking in my mind. And Dr. Chestnut is in an area that struggles to find teachers, warm bodies in the classroom. And just my thought.
That was my interest in looking at the jurisdictions these teachers go to.
Sure.
Exactly what you're saying. And Dr. Chestnut disagreed with me, I believe.
And I don't disagree with any of you. My point is that we need to work on a way to attract the best teachers into the schools that are most challenged. And that is where we should try to meet that challenge. We need to offer something to the legislature that would perhaps provide those incentives. If they say they don't want to hear from us, then that's their prerogative. But I think if we offer something that actually would be helpful to those areas, I think they would listen. And that's perhaps what the department, what you can start working on, and you probably already have, a way to meet that challenge. But I still go back to the fact that we need to have, again, it's part of I know we have the plan next on the agenda, but instead of just trying to replace substitute teachers or bring substitute, because they're hard to find. You know, every system that talks about it, every teacher has, and it's sad because I know some who've had to go sick and they don't like to do that because they don't want to share whatever they have. But the fact is that we need to have something solid to propose that would actually meet that challenge. And I don't think we'd have a problem with the colleges of education working with us to try to help get the word out that there's a way that you can meet this, whether it's forgiving loans, college loans, whatever it is. I think we need to look at that as an option in the interim. And maybe.
But I don't know how encouraging they would be to come and work when we asked them to serve on a task force and we ignored what they said. But I have just one point in reference to the standards being set with the negative 1 SEM. There's another standard that we have not discussed, and that's that these young people also have to pass EdTPA,
Right.
which with that, they have to have the content, which is also measured with the praxis, and the pedagogy with how to teach. So I mean, we have two things beyond just a -1 SEM that they have to go through. So I think when we talk about standards, standards are being set either with a test, one, and then secondly, implementation of the content you should know, and pedagogy. And then it's graded. They have several tasks. I know with elementary, there are 3. Sent off to an entity, not in Alabama, so no one can say that anyone's cheating on the score. If they don't make that score, then they don't pass EdTPA. So I think that's one thing we're talking about, praxis, -1 SEM. But there's also the EdTPA that we're, somewhat ignoring. But I'm with you. Perhaps they would come and make a recommendation. But my thing is, time is valuable. You tend to feel that people have expertise in certain areas. That's why they go to school to be trained. But when they come before you and make recommendations and you ignore them, to me, it's a slap in the face. And, well, you don't remember, it was last February. I do remember very, very strongly about that. And you were on the task force.
Well, I think, you're making a valid point, and maybe we should give the task force an opportunity to come.
When did y'all meet last? Have you met again since that?
No,
I'm not
it was
sure if I'm
over.
still on it.
Wasn't it over, Mr. Markham, after they did their work last February?
Yeah.
I thought it was
So
over.
that's
They
not
had
what I
done
was-
their work.
Well, they did their work. They
They
made
were
a
good,
series
yes.
of recommendations. This was one of them. Some of the others we were able to do. Remember, one of them
Retention,
required work
wasn't
of the legislature, because one of them was about extending the emergency certificate, and the legislature did that. So they didn't meet again after they made their
They had done their
report was
work.
done. Now, we
Right.
could certainly pull them back together. I have, some of them may have, I can't remember who
Some
I
of
was
them
on
have
there.
moved
Some of
on
them
to
have
other
moved on to
positions.
other
I know
jobs
some
and
of them
things.
have moved to other
But we
positions.
could definitely pull what the group we could back together. And probably it would be better in August, once we get those, a little more results.
Dr.
No.
Richardson made a good point, and I think that we should consider and have them come back in August. But in addition to that, at some point, we really got to be serious about revisiting what we're currently doing and see what we need to do different to get people to go to those critical need areas.
Seriously.
The problem is across the state. Well, it's across our country. However, you're asking children that need the most help to have the least qualified people. And so as a state, if we're really serious about closing the achievement gap, then we've got to do something that will give people the desire to go to those critical need areas. And that should be part of our plan with funding. Because we can't compete with Madison County and Hoover and those places that can offer $10,000 whatever dollars. You can't compete if people are going where they can get, the greatest incentive. And so, as we're moving forward, we have to consider and make sure that our conversation aligns with our actions to ensure that all the kids in the state of Alabama have quality teachers.
And I think that's actually what I said the
It
very
is,
first
Richardson.
time.
And there's
And I think, Dr. Richardson, everybody's pretty much saying the same thing.
But I think we need to add that part to what, besides just the money, but I have heard many of them say there's an area of transportation. I mean, it might be a rural area, and they don't want to be far from the big cities, or, that it might be a lovely country town that you might want to get married and live in and raise a family, but you're just out of college and you're not ready to do that yet. So, I mean, there's more, we need
Nice
to
stance.
understand that it's always multifaceted. What is it that we can do to fix these little, and so that's why I love to go in and listen to the teachers and say, what are your barriers? Don't assume that I know what they are. Tell me what it is. And a lot of it is transportation or just getting out and they're not quite ready. And it is, a lot of them are in a rural area and they're needed desperately. But we need to know what are I'd like to know more of a sort of like a heat map. Where are our most critical areas?
And one thing I just thought about sitting here, one thing we're not considering are the number of teachers we have out there with emergency certificates that are not meeting the standards. So could you give us those numbers also? 'Cause I
In
know we
August
have,
or now?
I'm sorry,
You have them now.
for now, but I mean, not right now.
September now.
But by August, because I know a lot of
that
people are on emergency certificates that have not met the standards.
Right, right.
And we're not
I have no
considering
clue
that,
what
we're
that
not
number
thinking
is.
about that as
Yeah.
a body.
Okay.
I think the board would be understanding, sometimes we mention dates,
Mhm.
because we can mention dates. But you, as a superintendent and a teacher, it's harder to meet the dates that some people make up. And I found that true as a superintendent. I sometimes could pass along things that my principals and teachers couldn't reach. So I think we'd be understanding for y'all set the guidelines, us set some of the objectives, and you, if you have to delay, the date is more important than the expeditious delivery of it.
But we can have the emergency certificate numbers next month, though, if that's appropriate.
Well, we need to return back to discussion, right? We haven't given you much chance to present. I'm sorry.
Well, I
Oh,
think
that's
she was
all we had. I just wanted to
She
give
was
you all
ready
an
for us.
update of the numbers that we have.
She has.
I do have one last little question. I was very interested in the production of our recruiting.
Mhm,
I know that we've made an investment in recruiters.
mhm.
So could you share with the board when you can pull that together?
Yes. we can play.
It doesn't have to be at a formal work session, could be through Mr. Markham
Okay,
to let us know what our recruiting efforts look like.
Okay.
And, what are they producing and where are they going?
okay.
And maybe the field that they're teaching in. There was at one point we had high need for our special needs area of teaching, and now it's elementary ed. And so are our recruiters making a difference in the areas of high need?
Okay, okay. And so just so that, they've been here 6 months now. So the impact, I don't know that we'll see yet, but I can tell you that they have gone to several, job fairs and career fairs. And so they are tracking the individuals that they speak with. They've been assisting school systems. They're also, we're working on a new platform for, Teaching Alabama, which is the platform that's utilized for individuals to apply for jobs. So that really needed some updating, and so they're working on a new platform for that. So they're doing various things, but I'll provide an update to Mr. Markham for the board as well.
When you follow up with what Dr. Richardson requested about the alternative certificates, can you list them by districts or school
Yes, ma'am.
systems? So that we can see. And then when you come back, if you could consider maybe reaching out to those school systems once you've identified where the greatest needs are, get some feedback from them. Some things that they feel will help them in recruiting teachers to come to their areas.
Okay, and we have done that, and we have some of that in the office as well, so.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Any other questions?
I'd just like to point out one thing in thinking through this with the, as we're thinking about like our students, when we were not in face-to-face teaching situations and we were doing so much virtual instruction with our students. And now we're trying to make up for that a bit, over the last year or so, we've worked hard on that. It's really the same when we think about our pre-service teachers too, and I think our deans in here would agree. When we were in that position where our universities were shutting down, and so those pre-service teachers, those that are coming out now that had been admitted to professional education, they weren't getting the benefit of being in the schools and working through those content areas. They weren't getting the benefit of wonderful face-to-face instruction in our universities. And so we are all together crawling out of that. And I do believe that now that we're back to face-to-face, we're going to see improvement in these areas. I think time is what we need with some of these things. We do have another year on the -1 now. And I think we're working through that, and I think we're going to see some of those areas take care of themselves, because I know our universities are working hard, to prepare. And so I just wanted to point that out, that although we think about it with the students, it's really the same with our student teachers as well.
Thank you for your input. Thank you very much. Ladies, anything else?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Item B, consolidated plan for instructional supports.
So Dr. Reynolds, we don't have all our presenters for item B because some of them had programs this morning, school programs, and so they're gonna be here right after lunch. They'll be here, some probably arrive during lunch. What I would suggest, if everybody's open to it, since we're only like 15 minutes, I know we have people here from UAB and UA who probably don't want to stay all day. And so if we could let them go to those two items, and just any questions you might have for the faculty or staff members here from UA and UAB, and then after lunch, we'll have all of our team here to go over our plan and big plan. They've done great work, and I'm so excited about them being able to present. And
Without objection, we'll move to item 3, resolution of approval for innovative education preparations. The University of Alabama, is the representatives here or?
Yes.
they are back there. If y'all would come up to the table, we'll have a few questions. While they're making their way up, I want to say we are, in addition to this, you've got in here what today's is about. I need to do it myself. This is AA math specialist. We have been working very closely also. This is the program we've been talking about. Am I right, Dr. Sims?
Yes.
Yes, so they, bring up some extra chairs. This is a really exciting program. The University of Alabama came to us, and I will have to say they came to us probably a year ago, and they've been working on it for even longer. An innovative approach for training math specialists. And it came at a perfect time because at the same time we're obviously doing a lot of things with math and trying to get more math coaches, math specialists, just people in our schools who can help teachers be better math teachers. And so they brought us this. We had, as y'all know, Dr. Meyer retired. We had a lot of staff changes, and so it kind of got delayed for a while, and I will want to brag on the UA team, on Siobhan Harris back there, and on Emily Sims, because they just picked this up and shook it in front of our staff and me and said, we want this, we want to get this done. And so with a partnership with our teacher certification folks, Siobhan in particular, her team, and Dr. Sims, and I've known Dr. Emily Sims, I think since before either one of us were doctor, and she was a great teacher, I can tell you that. She's one of those, we could steal her back from the university and put her back in 7th grade English. They'd have her in a classroom, she's amazing. But she's not doing that now. She's helping other people become teachers at the university. So I just want to brag ahead of time on the work they've done. Very excited about this. And so obviously we're going to recommend you approve it. We will say this now, that we want to clarify, because we had this question out there, would all the math coaches in the state, because over the next 5 years we'll be hiring about 800, have to have a math specialist degree? Well, obviously not. They're not going to be able to certify 800. But we do. Well, now they're smiling. Jeremy's smiling. Maybe they are. But we do think that, especially, we've got districts now not only wanting to do the math coaches in the classrooms, but they're saying, I'm going to have 6 math coaches. I want to have a district specialist that works with all my math coaches. And districts are saying, we'll pay for that. So we want them to be able to go back to school and get additional training, not just on teaching math, but helping other people teach math. And so I think it's a really good program. They've gone out and got private grant money for it, I'm sorry it's taken us this long to get it to you, because I wish we'd have brought this about 6 months ago. But nevertheless, we are where we are. And with that, Dr. Sims, I turn it over to you. If you would introduce your team, and then I don't know who wants to talk about the program, actually.
Thank you so much for this time and this opportunity to share this exciting opportunity for our entire state, to be honest with you, and beyond. And so I'm just going to actually just start out. I think I know many of you, but I'm Emily Sims. I serve as Associate Dean and Certification Officer at the University of Alabama. I have actually come in on the tail end of this, so taking absolutely zero glory other than just bringing us together here, because this work was done way before I came. So I want to just hand this off to Dr. Jeremy Zakowski to share the team and whatever you want to say about your program.
So I'll talk a little bit about it, but I want to introduce my colleagues because they've been instrumental in making this opportunity happen as well. So Dr. Martha Mikowski is professor of mathematics in the Department of Mathematics and focuses on teaching a lot of our math content courses for either pre-service teachers or even some of our graduate courses for teachers who are pursuing advanced degrees. Her colleague Jim Gleason and I have basically been at UA for almost 2 decades now. And he and I work closely on our pre-service preparation program many times, and that's where our research agenda is embedded. And Bill Bergeron came on, Dr. Bergeron came on as our former building principal and ed leadership. And joined our faculty at the time the external funding from the National Science Foundation was made available to us. So he joined this project at the onset of it and filled in the shoes for somebody who was retiring that helped us write this proposal. So he has been instrumental in working with the administrators who have teachers participating in this National Science Foundation project that's led to this. I'm Jeremy Zelkowski. Some of you I've known from probably 5 years ago, last time I was down here for some other innovative program, but this program was essentially visioned for the need, at least within our initial area of Tuscaloosa, and then as the pandemic hit, we were forced essentially to expand out, and we brought in about 5 more teachers that are outside of what I would consider is our placement area for putting our pre-service teachers in math teachers' classroom. But we wanted the opportunity to work with teachers for a long period of time. The National Science Foundation gave us the opportunity to do that. Within that, we proposed to the National Science Foundation as part of their intellectual merit requirement that we would develop a math teacher leader specialist type program. Work with the State Department to do that. Dr. Mackey provided a letter of support that we would, work with that. But the grant funding gave us essentially 3 years of opportunity to work with teachers, collect data, have them study with us, learn with us, work in schools in leadership capacities to get us to this day to be able to put this proposal forward. So outside of the proposing an innovative program, we've been able to essentially fund 20 plus teachers to work with us from multiple school districts. I think currently it spans 9 school systems, but mostly Tuscaloosa City and County. Jefferson County has a few teachers and is a formal partner now, and then a few teachers in other school districts where they're the only math teacher. But the idea, like what Dr. Mackey has said, is these would be individuals who would be able to start working with individuals who would be coaches or instructional specialists specifically for mathematics. I think Dr. Bergeron would sort of add, it also gives us an opportunity to work with their administrators to truly understand how administrators can release some of that leadership piece to the teachers to see positive outcomes for mathematics teaching and learning. So while this program focuses not just on teaching, so we do focus on content knowledge for the teachers. We were encouraged by hearing the praxis discussions. There's a lot of things in terms of math we would talk about on that and pedagogy, but we have EDS programs that do those areas, right? This is taking the teachers to a new level beyond that. So the focus also includes their ability to be leaders as teachers from the classroom, not take them out of the classroom necessarily, unless that's something the district would want to do. The ability to do instructional coaching cycles with teachers and train teachers to do that. And then obviously the last part is for them to have a knowledge of the research literature while they're working with us in this program to truly understand why they would be doing what they would be doing. So they would have a foundation in that. The grant's given us the opportunity to do that. So like most EDS programs, AA certification, is a 30-hour graduate program, but there are no sets of standards for these things. That's why it's through the innovative program. We've developed the standards for what these teachers have to accomplish with us to meet the National Science Foundation requirements, but at the same time, meet the expectations of what we have as a goal in this project, all of the goals of the project. And so we've had these teachers working with us, depending on which cohort. They either started with us in the 2019-2020 year, pandemic paused, and we added a new cohort in 2021. So we have 2 different cohorts that span this. Currently, there are 22 teachers working with us, 18 of who would be eligible for this degree. 4 of them finished master's degrees with us, so they would not necessarily be eligible for this unless they started over. Of those 18, 16 would be eligible to immediately start working in this. 2 would have the option because they're currently doctoral students, one at Auburn, one at University of Alabama. They would have the option of adding that certification, but they probably would not do it through the degree program. They would just do it through the completion of all the requirements of the certification requirements. And for that,
Thank you very
you
much.
ask questions.
This comes with a recommendation from the superintendent. I think my inclination, of course, is to vote for this program unless there are other questions about the program.
What's your capacity?
So when we proposed NSF, we wanted to have once the grant was over, the funding was over, that we would turn this into an online program and serve our rural areas. That's what we wrote to the National Science Foundation. That this would allow us the ability to create it with an in-person, learn about what we need to do better, what the program needs to be comprised of, and that it would be a fully online program after the grant period is over, which is still 3 years away. And we wrote to them that it would not just serve necessarily Alabama rural areas, but we would want to serve Mississippi, Tennessee, and Georgia, our bordering states as well, because there is really no program like this in any of those states as well. So I can't say what the capacity necessarily would be, other than we could probably run a cohort every other year with maybe as many as 40 teachers in it.
Okay.
However, the university could hire more people and we could increase that number.
Fill those classes, they'll hire more people, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Other
much.
questions?
Applaud you. That's gonna be very helpful.
Thank you very much.
Looking forward.
Now we'll do University of Alabama, Birmingham. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank
thank y'all.
I'd like to introduce this program, Dr. Mackey.
Yeah, so this is UAB, as they come take a seat. Another new program, this is a AA program in school psychology. I know less about this one because I haven't had the opportunity to personally meet with them, but I know they put a lot of work into it, and it is ready to come before you. And another area where we obviously are getting more and more school districts asking us about mental health folks, school counselors, and school psychologists. So we're glad to see another institution stepping up. Thank y'all to say we'll train more school psychologists and get them out there to do the work in our schools. So with that, I'll let them talk about the program, sir.
All right, good morning.
And let you introduce yourselves too, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm Tashara Walker. I serve as the certification officer for UAB. The program coordinator, Dr. Stephanie Corcoran, couldn't be with you all today. So I'm here on her behalf. She currently serves as the president of the School Psychology Association for Alabama. She's very committed to this work. She currently serves as the program director for our school psychometry program, which is one of UAB's largest certifying programs. That program is online. We have teachers from Mississippi and from Georgia as well that are enrolled in that program. So we certify over 100 candidates in the academic year in that program. And so based on the needs of our current enrolled students, she decided to develop a proposal for this educational school psychology program. Like I said, she's committed to the work. She understands the need for both social and emotional training for our educators to support our students, and also to support the teachers in the building as well and our instructional leaders. So she's very committed to this work.
And just being here, glad to be back at the State Department, but in receiving this from UAB, one of the things that we have to consider is, especially in this time, when so much is going on in schools, students and the teachers are impacted by so many negative things that are happening, the need for prepared and trained school psychologists to work with those students in the public schools has become more heightened than ever.
Thank you very much.
I have one quick question. How
Yes,
many
ma'am.
hours, I'm sorry, did you say how many hours?
It's a 30-hour program,
So
and
it
the
is
program
a
is
30.
online, yes.
Okay,
Other questions?
one more. And how many do y'all have right now?
We don't have any students enrolled now. The request is to develop the program.
Oh, this is developing.
Yes.
We
Okay,
have to
so what
approve
is
it
your,
before they can do it.
yeah, sorry, what is your goal? I mean, for total implementation, when do you think you're gonna be online and cooking with gas?
She would like to start enrollment in the fall, but again, that depends on the approval from the State Department.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
And actually, Ms. Walker contacted me the other day. She actually has developed everything for program approval. She's just waiting now to see if it will be approved.
Do you have faculty on staff, or will you have to hire
We will have to hire them.
faculty? How many would you have to start out with?
We need at least 2 faculty members.
Thank you very much. The fact that we don't ask questions is a positive point, not a negative. And I know you came and presented, and I don't see any problem with our action next month. Thank you very much, Dr. Mackey. Anything else?
Well, only to say that we are so happy to have Dr. Hampton back with us. She those of you who don't remember her, she was with us in certification. She was great. We lost her. She went to be the dean at Alabama State and stayed over there for a while. But we were able to lure her back, and it is so good to have her back. She's a great professional and did great work to have her before here. And so she is really taking over that whole area of our teacher prep programs. As you know, that's been basically open. Dr. Meyer kind of did that work herself, and then Siobhan Harris was her number 2. When Siobhan moved up, we actually left kind of 2 spaces open, and so Dr. Hampton's come in now, and I'm hoping that that means Siobhan Harris will not pull out all of her hair and start twitching. So thank you. Glad to have you back too. Thanks for joining us today.
Dr. Mackey, we'll break
That's it,
for lunch.
sir.
You have a suggestion of time to come back? It's 12:05. How about 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock sounds good, sir.
Recess to 1.
Oh, Olive? Yeah. I'll wait till we come back, because she's going to be part of this afternoon. And she's going to eat lunch with us, I hope. Yeah. Good. You know,
Not at all.
the board members in the room? They're not seated, now one of them left.
Trying to see if it's coffee.
There are 4 of us, the quorum, there are only 7 of us here, that's a quorum. Dr. Martin, they'll show up.
I have one of my presenters that's missing. She's coming up. She's coming down, not up.
Well, we
Dr.
delayed
Shields.
you to be after lunch, and
Yes, sir, you did, and I appreciate that.
Dr. Mackey provided that.
Dr. Shields,
Here comes
we're ready. That was my person I was waiting on.
Dr. Shields is usually punctual, I'm not used to her being late.
I held her up.
cheesecake, and I finally caved in and ate some.
And I ate mine first, so I didn't have to worry.
I always eat dessert first, and that way if I run out of time. Dr. Martin, you're on.
Great, great. Good afternoon, everyone. It is with great pleasure that I sit with my team to have a great conversation with our board members surrounding our blueprint for how we're moving forward with increasing our achievement. And we're saying this is our journey to the top 30. With this, I want to share with you all that this was one of the harder tasks for my people, trying to answer all of the questions and put it in a format with the time that we had. I just wanted us to know that that was one of my harder tasks because we are educators. We are educators. And in doing,
We already got one.
No, sir, you don't. You have your bets. That one's yours. It has your name on it. Keep going. I'm sorry.
it's no problem, no problem.
She's used to interrupting.
Yeah, mine has Belinda. Yeah, mine is Belinda McRae. Anybody have me? Marie, is your name on it?
It is now.
It is now, okay, well.
Proceed.
Thank you. What I want to do first is to outline how we organized the presentation. The presentation was put together surrounding our 2 major plans that we operate under here in Alabama, and that is our ESSA plan, which directs our federal funding, and also our strategic plan, Alabama Achieves. From there, we have developed our comprehensive plans, which is what you're gonna see our team members, they're gonna talk about their role, how they support schools and districts, how they determine where that support lives, and that will be in all of our areas. That will be our OSI, our turnaround. We have, that's AJ Buckner. We have Dr. Karen Anderson is going to talk about our OMI work and how we're directing that and how we're determining those schools we support, how we're going to scale up our coaches in order to put them in those schools beginning to do their work this upcoming fall. And we have Dr. I'm sorry, I just gave that to you, okay? Mrs. Bunny Short that's going to talk greatly about our ARI work, how we're working. We have a literacy plan that's in place to increase literacy in Alabama. And I have a person that's sitting behind me, probably trying to hide a little bit. She is doing great work. This is Sue Ellen Gillen, and she leads our education technology section. And so what we're trying to do is to show the comprehensive plans, how they come together to increase achievement here in Alabama. And that is going to be our approach. The first thing that we want to be able to do, and I think a lot of the questions that we've been getting surrounding the plan and what are we doing, I think if we roll this out, we will be able to answer a lot of the questions that's been coming into the team members. So we want to start the presentation off with Dr. Shields highlighting some of the sections and drilling down into one of our plans so that we can see exactly what it looks like. And then from there, we want to be able to move forward to see the now what. When schools are not performing, when they're not meeting the letter of the law, we've been able to pull that out to let you know when will these actions occur and what will some of them look like with our framework that is being built. And then we've had some requests for data. Where have we been? What are we doing? What does that support look like? Which schools are we spending that time in? What's the percentage of time that's in those schools? So we want to be able to showcase that and let you know that it's a small team, but it's a powerful team, and we're very visible in the schools. And a lot of the work
requires great collaboration. It's not one group. You're gonna see ARI in a school, then you turn the corner, you're going to see OMI in that school. So they're not going into the schools in isolation. It's a collaboration, and you're gonna see that with the percentages toward the end of the presentation. So we want to be able to roll through it and then allow time towards the end, if possible, to address any questions we may not have addressed throughout the presentation. And from there, I'm gonna go ahead, here, let you hold the clicker. We're gonna go ahead and ask Dr. Shields to get started with her first portion.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. We really have had, it's interesting because we've had so many conversations about plans. And I really appreciated Dr. Mackey making the point a couple months ago that there's so many plans of plans because some of our plans are driven by law, federal law and state law. And so what we wanted to do is to make sure that we created a space that you could see an elevated view of each of our turnaround work and all of the work we're doing to provide differentiated support. But also if you wanted to get into the pieces of each one of these offices to know really what's going on, we wanted to give you that linear view of that. So what we did, and this was really inspired by some work that Ms. Short was doing with her team and some work we were doing with through the implementation science model, we were looking at the Noster model for change, which is the industry standard for making sure that you create change in a way that's sustainable, but also avoids all of those things that you see on the far right. We want to avoid confusion, anxiety, resistance, frustration, and false starts. So with that in mind, we organize the work that we do through each of the offices and the Office of Student Learning as well as the Office of Math Improvement to make sure that we followed the same model so that you would have consistency throughout each of these plans. Now what we've done for time's sake is we didn't want to get into each one of those plans, and I guess is Charles driving for me somewhere?
I think you can drive with the clicker.
I will try. I'll give it a.
There it goes.
I'm trying to click on the actual document on the left.
Okay. Where, here?
Thank you, Dr. Mackey. Yes, please.
Just anywhere.
I don't think that's a touchscreen document.
I can go up.
Well, I think it is, but I don't know, maybe not.
Well,
I
if
mean,
it's
may not
not,
be.
I can talk to it.
Hold on.
No, we want them to see that.
And we do want you to experience
We
it.
have, we can read
I
it.
can, you actually do not have this.
You don't have the actual plans. You have the PDF.
Each of those circles up there have each office's comprehensive plan. And it has, so ARI, their vision, their skills, their incentives. So each one of those are hyperlinked to their full plan. So if you wanted to see, I just want to see the nuts and bolts of their plan, you can go to each
You
of
mean
these
those
offices
six-sided
to see
figures?
that.
I don't see circles.
The circles on the right.
Oh, okay, up the,
Can you send us that so we'll have it in the future?
Absolutely, yes. And we just posted these comprehensive plans on our website as well. So we appreciate you guys being the nudge to that to say we need to create a space so that everyone can see the great work that these offices are doing in a consistent way. I think I will say this for everyone at this table, Sue Ellen Gilliland, our professional learning, spent an incredible amount of time putting these
We
documents
have it
together.
on this link.
Is
We
there-
have it. We have it.
Replace
It's
it.
probably-
It's simple.
Yes. we have
Okay,
it.
it replace.
Okay, good.
Now, she's got the,
Thank you, Dr. Mack.
she has the steering wheel there now,
Great.
so technically proficient that I
Yes,
can walk to the
you
back of the room.
So this is our master document, and if my Vanna, thank you, will scroll, would you click, I tell you what, you pick a plan. And you
ARI.
really-
That's the one I was choosing.
okay. Yes.
No offense.
So if you'll just scroll through that. We wanted to put faces behind the work, so we made sure that we included those that are supporting our schools, but also give you an opportunity to look at the work through the lens of the model for industry change in terms of creating sustainability and processes in place that you could actually see the work as it's taking place. To know that this document, this is what it is right now, this is what it is today, and we expect this is a document that will continue to evolve as our work continues to grow.
And I'm just
Would
scrolling.
you go back up to
slightly.
the skills?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I see letters, is that identified as No, go back. Skills, okay, skills, letters, MS. Those are the specific skills tied to reading,
Those are various ways that we're helping teachers.
so they're
learn
not
the
really skills, so they're not really skills.
Those are the methods we're using to help teachers get the skills. If you'll scroll to the very next page, Melissa, you see right there where the structured literacy instruction, those are the skills that we want teachers to have a strong understanding of and ways to work on those skills.
We may
Those areas.
wanna look at that terminology, because that's misleading. When I saw skills, I'm looking for work, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, go on, it may become clearer. That's a little misleading for me.
So you're looking through these skills, we're looking through the lens of the skills that we want our teachers to have as they're preparing the students. We would really covet any feedback that you have. Each of these plans are now live. And so we encourage you to look at it. If you see there are gaps or questions, we certainly would love to hear from that. We have just gone live with these today. So we are really excited to share these. This will be a PR piece for us as well, so that if folks ask, let's say someone asks Bonnie something that OMI is doing, Ms. Short can very quickly go to Dr. Anderson's plan and be able to use language that's very specific to the work they're doing, but is also consistent. One of the things we want to do across the board is to make sure that our language is the same. We want our schools to know if I say one thing that Ms. Short and Dr. Anderson are going to say the same things. So this also gives us some onboarding as well to the work each of us are doing. You want to talk for a moment about summer guidance? And this is really put that.
This is one of the resources that we put together collaboratively for the state. And it didn't involve just ARI, it was ARI, and we bring in OMI because that's a new element into our summer camps to make sure that that's present. But then also looking at other ways that we can use to enhance summer camps so that children enjoy or want to come and spend time in what we're providing. Because getting them there is half the battle. And so if we make it an enjoyable place to be, also giving teachers the resources to support them in helping to develop their plans, and giving administrators guides on how they can create schedules, different ways that can work. Karen, do you have additional?
Absolutely. I just want to share that one of the expectations as per the numeracy app is for in grades 4 and 5 that the summer program include problem solving. And to support schools, the regional coordinators came together to create a unit called Fun Zone, which is comprised of standards in grades 4, 5, and 3, because we know that we may have students in our summer program that are below grade level. So we wanted to incorporate some grade level skills that were below 4th and 5th grade. But it's a very engaging unit. There are handouts, there are videos. It's a wonderful unit, and regional coordinators are currently providing some training for these units so that teachers can implement confidently.
And one thing I really like, if you can go just up, is you see these QR codes that are there, whether you're getting a PDF or you're getting a digital version, that's something that will carry you to additional resources. And we're all trying to do better about pushing information out to get it in the hands of teachers, to get it in the hands of parents, so that they can support the work, and they're not waiting on the training that may be 6 or 8 months away, but can have it immediately. And so I know that right there is excellent read at home family activities that can easily be transferred.
Vanna, go back up where it was, I think it was under skills where it said letters, NIHOuse, MS,
The skills for professional learning.
Yeah, but am I not right that with NIHOuse, that's not an approved training? Is that not the committee on grade level? Is it not, I mean, it's not good, but it just doesn't meet the requirements. Am I not right?
It is for the MSLE training.
Yes,
It is part of the CALT certification training.
So NIHOuse is part of CALT, but not that.
Hilton and NIHOuse.
Okay.
So these,
They can use either one. We have people in both cohorts.
So am I correct that these are the professional resources that you're using to prepare the teachers to utilize the skills? Is that correct?
So are there more strategies, you said there were strategies or methods, that's what these are. But go back to the word recognition. Were those, is that not the content? Yes. Well,
Yes.
okay, so we're saying with literacy instruction in K through 3, we want them to have word recognition. Now this says simple view of reading. So those are 3 things. And then it's listed over there, I guess it's more explicit. And then the strands. Is that all that we're saying? Because it says simple view, but I mean, is there a more extended view?
Well, right underneath it is the more expanded view. That is Scarborough's road that you're looking at underneath, that looks like the roads tying together. Those 3 boxes above is the simple view. And you'll see word recognition in the red box. That's tying to word recognition on Scarborough's road. And you can see all those elements that fall under there.
So with our kindergarten through 3rd grade students, we're saying in reading, those are the skills that we want them to be able to achieve, the outcomes that we want to see proficient.
Absolutely. We want them to have reading comprehension, and that's what we're gonna use to get there.
And that to be, when we talk about the term science of reading, which we use a lot,
Right.
that is the science of reading. So the
Right.
science says, if you can master all of those language comprehension skills and those word recognition skills, individual skills, but they all obviously intermingle and overlap, which is why on the Scarborough's Road, you see it in every illustration of science of reading, because those strands weave together. And then, of course, that's what we're trying to, that's what we need our teachers to do. Everything focuses on, but the teachers, it's not to teach this. I promise I'll let y'all have your presentation back. But also, yesterday, Ms. Short and I spent a lot of time yesterday talking with people, helping them understand why we do interim informative assessments. So the assessments lead teachers to understand which of these things, a student might be lacking in. So a student might be a proficient reader, but still have an issue with spelling, or as I've learned, encoding. So there are pieces they might still have. So those teachers are always improving their skills, working to improve the skills of their students, because one of the things that I'm so thrilled to hear them talk about is it is obviously we want to focus on the students who are reading below grade level, but we want to focus on students who are reading on grade level too, because they may still have skills gaps. They may not, they may be good readers, but a job of the teacher is helping them to select the right text, so they're increasing their vocabulary and improving their comprehension. So all of those pieces together, though, I love the simple view of reading, and they've used that. I know the Literacy Task Force uses that over and over and over and over and over. But it's nice to break it down to that, as you say, that more in depth. What is the simple view? What's the expanded view, I guess, of that?
And the idea behind the simple view of reading is, you'll notice there's a multiplication symbol. And if you're missing any element of that, you have 0. And so if you have 0 word recognition, but you have all the language comprehension in the world, your outcome on reading comprehension is 0. And vice versa. So we've got to have both of those to come together so that we have an understanding. And all of those elements are outlined in letters. And so when a teacher goes through letters training, they're going to get information and learning on all of those and how they can integrate those into their classroom. Likewise, when we went through with the Literacy Task Force, when they vetted their materials, the same thing is true. They were looking at those different elements to make sure that those were covered in the instructional materials.
So now with letters, though, isn't that optional? I mean, it's not mandated, is it?
It is not mandated.
Okay.
It is encouraged.
That even with NAHAS, all of those are encouraged, okay.
Regional coaching is not a piece of that, though. That's given to all. That's not an optional. We come in and we give them coaching.
What % of our school districts are taking advantage of that?
The majority of our school districts are taking
Aren't we in our
advantage of that.
7th cohort of letters now?
I could not tell you the number because it varies
I
between
saw it recently.
house, but we just did our next initiation where teachers can sign up. So if any teachers are listening, we'd love for you to sign up on Alabama Letters. But yes, it's a great opportunity, and we continue to have more that are joining each year.
And we've gone from essentially, because now this has nothing to do with me, but just I know the numbers. When the summer I started as state superintendent, we had essentially zero. We had a record of none. We had zero trained in the state. We started with 400 and have almost 16,000. And the number will always change because we'll hire new teachers every year. We do have 2 institutions. We also had these discussions yesterday, the day before yesterday. We have 2 institutions now that are weaving letters training into their higher ed work. We have others that are not. They're certainly not required to. But this, what you saw on the Scarborough's Road, those skills, those are in your approved code, that they have to cover those skills in the higher ed program now to get certified. And the new test that you adopted, the Foundations of Reading test, measures those skills. So that work, now, and I would say, yes, so whoever asked the question about, well, these letters, it's not required. No, but they should be getting dose after dose after dose. Because all of our newly minted teachers, if they weren't getting it before, have to be getting it in college. We're testing it now, starting this year. But they're not going to come out as a master teacher. So we still would like to see them graduate and get into a letters cohort, even if they say, well, I've done the science reading. Well, I mean, there's y'all have heard me say it before, and I'm going to say it over and over and over again. Peyton Manning has football, has a quarterback's coach. I mean, everybody can heighten their skills, and so there are continued levels. And then the CALT, go up just a little bit. So the CALT, we just met with, down, our CALT groups, now we went from, we had 42 of those, most of them were not in public schools. Now we've got about 100, and we continue to grow that out. Now that is something that but the average classroom teacher is never going to get CALT. That is a very specific therapist program, but we would like to grow that out a lot faster. We certainly would be great if we could get one in every school, but it is multiple years, 700 hours. Is that right, or did I just make that up?
700 tutoring
The
hours.
tutoring hours that they have to do in addition to all the work, working with students. And so it takes a long time to tutor. If you tutor an hour a day, it takes a long time to get 700 hours in. We do pay for them to go through that, and they get there's a supplement. The legislature pays them as NBCT teachers if they get it, but it takes a long time, and one of the things you're going to see us come back in August and present to you, because in August, 2 months, 3 months, we'll be working on next year's budget proposal. And so we have, Ms. Short put together a group, our latest CALT group that's about to graduate. And fortunately gave me the opportunity to talk to them and say, well, what pieces are we missing? Well, there were simple pieces that, like for some of them, their school would pay for their sub for them to be out because they got to be gone a lot to do the CALT training. Some of them, their school said, we're not going to pay for your sub. I mean, I'm going to tell you, if I were a principal, I don't understand that because I would love to have a CALT in my school. I was fortunate to have one years ago. But that's something we've thought. Well, if that's going to be a barrier for anybody anywhere, then why don't we maybe bring that to the board and put that in our budget request? In addition to paying for them to go through the course and pay them the stipend, we don't reimburse their school anything. So should we reimburse the school to help pay for their sub, to pay for their the tutoring, even paying them to do the tutoring? So you want to see us come back that relatively small amount of money. We're talking in the $1 million range, not the $100 million range, to build that out. So there's always room to build and improve, but ideally, either through Nyehouse or Shelton School, we would be able to get a CALT available to every school, because they're the people who can work intensively with the most challenged readers. And then letters, of course, we'd like to get every teacher trained in letters. But as you said, it's not required. We have, a lot of principals are pushing their teachers to get through it. We have to, the ones that are not, and that's more that, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but if they're not doing anything, then obviously we've been working with those intensively, that they will do it, and we'll get to on board.
Ms. Martin, you and I had talked about looking at, I sent you some samples or something, which indeed would encompass where you have the skills and then the word recognition, comprehension and all that. But underneath then it had the steps, maybe if you looked at the overall standard, are you all gonna do like the what? I mean, you have it down there. Is that coming the what and how to do?
Definitely, that's part of the pacing guides per se. So we're working, that's our step 2. This is our comprehensive plan. Now we're gonna dig down into, especially now that we're gonna start getting additional data in to say where our people are and looking at some of those areas that our teachers are not, our students are not performing where they need to perform. So we're gonna dig deeper in there to see what are some of the supports. Is this a standard that we're seeing kids not proficient on across the board? Maybe, I'm just gonna throw a number out, 30% of our kids. So we need to dig down and get additional resources and steps in place for those teachers. And the goal is to do it for all of them, but we're gonna pace it out. This is the team, along with those faces you saw. So we're gonna pace it out to make certain that those supports are there. So the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
would you go back to the word recognition and those 3 things?
Right here.
To make sure we're on the same page, right? So word recognition times language comprehension equals reading comprehension. Underneath, then when we have background knowledge, then we'll have some steps. That's gonna be our
Processes of
overall,
how they can get there.
language comprehension, then how we'll get there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what was puzzling me, because I'm saying just looking at that didn't tell me a whole lot.
These are the things that are expected, but the what, how to get there is what you're
Right,
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
what, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
One of the things we had found too, because there are so many wonderful resources among the group that is sitting here at this table, and because we had not put them in one space, sometimes folks didn't realize what we had because they were in multiple places. So we wanted to convene or curate a space that all of the wonderful resources, the trainings, the pictures, the PR, the data, that we could put it in one place. The one, it certainly helps us, but it also helps our families, our communities, our new principals, our new district leaders to know, okay, this is what it means to have a relationship with ARI, with OSI, with OMI. But it also helps us see where there are trends among the work that we are doing and any gaps. As we've gone through this process, it has certainly illuminated a lot of conversation about, for us, what is next. And we're just looking at ARI, so this is one comprehensive plan of multiple plans, but I just tasked everyone to say, let's create a place that one uses what we know is the model for implementation across industry. This is not just an education model, so that we can reduce the chances that folks are going to be confused or be frustrated with the process. And as we continue to grow, we will grow this document as well. This document is part, if you want to go back to the OG document, it's part of the original document. And as you may know, we have OSL has recently embraced the mental health, and attendance is now on our team. And so I was just working with the mental health coordinator last week. And so we expect to add a space for the work we're doing for school mental health and the mental health coordinators, as well as the work we're doing with attendance.
And just to add a little piece to that, Melissa, I went ahead and clicked on the school improvement link just to show you that comprehensive plan for how they're working with school improvement exists, and this is their team. And it does the same thing, spells out the vision, skills, their resources, and then it goes directly into the action plan of how they support. So again, each one of those items that we're looking at here, mathematics improvement is the same way. It's going to tell you everything. This is their plan of support. The team that's doing the work and everything that goes on within that section. Now, is it going to tell you how to go and teach this particular strategy? That's the next layer of what that can look like when you click on the particular skill that is expected. And I think that's where Dr. Richardson is coming in. We have the skill, we know what is expected because that is coming from our courses of study. So how is it, we talked about teachers and where we were with emergency teachers and out of field teachers, so those strugglers, how do they teach that skill? That's that step 2. But this is the plan of how we roll out our support based on the courses of studies that have been approved for us. And it's under, like I said, each one of these areas, they're particular. We're extremely proud, and I know I said she's back there hiding behind me. Ed Tech is the same way. They're a part of our support work. We have our technology in motion, our science in motion. We have those people sitting out there providing supports to our school. So it's important that they have a comprehensive plan as well that guide what they do and how they do it. Yes, ma'am.
Would you please click on the math, just as we identified the word recognition, comprehension, and all that stuff. Let me see what's identified with them.
And I'm not gonna speak for Dr. Anderson, but I do want to say some of the work that's being defined with the Office of Mathematics Improvement is still under design. They're working with the task force. So many of those frameworks and different support pieces are being designed and will be pushed out based on the timeline that has been created. So it's not as far along with some of their items, especially when you get down to your supported professional learning for the particular skills. We have a course of study, that doesn't change. We're still supporting the courses of study. So that's not going to change, but the how and a lot of the resources is being developed. And I think Dr. Chestnut sits with us on that task force in order to help build some of these items.
That's true. We're the new kids on the block. We've still got a lot of processes that we're developing. Our infrastructure is coming along, but we do have this plan for the present time, and we do expect it to evolve as we learn more and do more.
Okay, because I saw above there before the skills, right there. Okay, I see you got the framework, so you've identified what those are. Okay,
the student
stamps and
mathematics teaching, the student mathematics practices and the mathematics teaching practices. Those really undergird the work.
All right, and then it leads on to the next part, the 5 strands. Okay.
Do you see this level 1 document being the sort of document that we can share with others to be able to explain the overall comprehensive plan?
Yes.
Because we've had mentioned so many times that we just don't have a plan, or we don't know that the department has a plan, or what is the plan. So I think what I'm getting is that this is the shareable information that should be able to be digested by the general public without a lot of high-level skills, education jargon that prevents people from understanding what we're doing.
Yeah, exactly, Mrs. West. This is our comprehensive plan for each one of our support areas. Our 2 top plans, that's federal and then our state plan. We have our ESSA, which keeps our funding flowing the way it needs to flow. And then we have our strategic plan, Alabama Achieves. And from those 2 documents, our supports are in place to make certain we're meeting our goals and target. Exactly. This is live on our website.
So after today, we can direct people that say, what is the plan to this document?
Yes.
And just to be really clear, so each of these individual plans, and if you go to the last piece of it, it is their plan in a nutshell. That is the last piece of those pillars. So if you are wanting just that elevator language, like what it is they are doing, you can certainly go straight to that piece in a comprehensive plan. But if you want to get into the many layers of the skills, the incentives, the links, the resources, you have access to that too. And yes, we hope that you will share widely. We will be sharing this. We're going to have a big campaign next week to really get the word out, to let folks see that here are all the many pieces of the different types of programs we're doing. And you will see in each of these that the work we're doing with one another, I would say we are more connected in a way that is making us more, it definitely gives us a lot more muscle in our work, because we are finding ways to make sure we're not duplicative in our work, but we are aligned in a way that's more seamless, but also more palatable to our schools, so they don't have multiple
people in their buildings at one time frustrating the work.
And this is the last page right here, Mrs. West, where we say, once we share the plans with them, if we want to connect them to this is the action plan for the supports, and it's found at the back of each one of these comprehensive plans. Because the top layer may have additional information that if you're not truly an educator, that it may overpower the actual work from this, but that top piece, those top pages, is doing a lot of explaining how we got here, why we're here, what we're doing, and how we pulled information out. But this is the work right there.
I have a question.
Yes,
I want
ma'am.
to follow up on a question Dr. Richardson mentioned about the skills. I want to get clarity for myself. I think I see the instructional coherence between AMSTI, ARI, professional learning, school improvement, ed tech. My question, which is similar to hers when she was asking about the skills. Now, did I hear you say that once you get to the skills in this document, there's a hyperlink?
No.
You're saying you're developing?
I said development, that would be
Okay.
next steps.
Gotcha.
Those are the things that, now some individuals may have it down and that may not be the actual need for them. Some people may not want to pick up that document because they do their own pacing guides and their instructional frameworks within their districts. But we want to make certain, well, just as we talked about before lunch, when you have those teachers and individuals that may be on emergency certifications or alternative paths, and they're still trying to understand this process, what do we have in place that we can, this is the necessary skill, what can you do to get there? So that is step 2. This is the big layer, but we also have that embedded in our coaching framework. When our people are out there coaching and working with the building level individuals, they're doing that work, but we want to make certain that there's a document that showcases that work as
So
well.
this is what you are working on,
The how, the added how, yes ma'am. Because you have professional learning in here, but we want to dig deeper for individuals that may have that need. Some districts may not pick that up because they have pacing guides and frameworks and everything with the how that they've developed for their school districts. Many of them.
But what I'm thinking, you're right about that, but sometimes if it's not written, people think it does not exist.
Right.
I think when the legislatures have come to say, what is your plan? Once you show what you said with the rope and then better define it, they will know that is your reading
Yes,
plan.
ma'am.
And then the fact that everybody is not necessarily gonna go through the training for letters, even though that's a resource, we can't say that's our plan if people are not doing it. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But I think if you have down that equation that equals the reading comprehension overall, and then underneath those undergirded skills, and then how we get to those, if someone sees that, oh, the state board has a plan for reading. I mean, all of this other is great, but if I don't take up letters, even though you're offering it to me, that's not a part of the plan. It's our plan, but like you said, if it's not being implemented, it's not a part of our overall plan. But if you see the standards, which we know it's, our Alabama courses of study, and then the how as to how people can implement it, if a legislature sees it and say, oh, so now they have a reading plan. Oh, now they have a math plan. Not that we didn't have it all along, but it's written.
The house.
But I think with the NIHOS, NAHOS and all of that, if people don't go through it, it's great, that's a resource, we're offering that to them. But
Yes, ma'am.
you see where I'm going with that?
Yes.
And one of the challenges we have is, and I'll go back and look at Ms. Ziegler when I say,
But this is good
because
work.
being on the
Great
leadership
work.
task force.
The team.
So you asked the question a minute ago, I know where you were going with the Night House. So there's letters. Letters is our adopted strategy. I want us to use the word strategy to get our teachers to be able to do Scarborough's Road. Are there others out there? Absolutely. And there are other things, but our department has said we prefer letters. That was something we made clear when we launched and said with the first 400 in summer of either 18 or 19. This is the path we're going to follow. And the Literacy Task Force has since formed, and they've backed us up. And that is the one, they've said we want everybody on one product, one strategy, we want everybody to use letters. So we're saying that. The Literacy Task Force has come behind us and said, we're backing up what the department says. And the good thing about letters is that everybody has the same vocabulary. There's not so when our coaches go in, everybody's talking the same language because they've been trained on the same thing. But the law does not require them to use letters. Obviously, it's very hard for the legislature or the state board to require a particular vendor. So some of them may be saying, well, we're going to do Scarborough's Rope another way, and not maybe, some of them are. But it comes back to what you said, Dr. Richardson. But it doesn't change the fact that they may not follow what we as a department and the Literacy Task Force says you have to do, but they still have to teach. They still have to do Scarborough's Rope. They still have to teach the science of reading. The standards, yes ma'am,
Yes,
you said the
and
word.
the
They
science.
have to teach our standards, which are deeply steeped in the science of reading. If they're not teaching the science of reading, they cannot be teaching the standards you adopted because they are the science of reading. So that's going to be a struggle. Last week, Mr. Short and I were able to go to a really good, we spent 2 days professional development with people from about 6 other states, Wyoming, North Dakota, California, North Carolina, I can't remember where others were all from, Minnesota, West Virginia, and different ones of them more of them are using letters than not, but some of them are not. They're using some different things. And so one of the things that was brought up in my small group, I don't remember if Ms. Short was in there or not, or we were together at the same time, but California, they've developed their own sort of thing. I mean, the university's developed it. It's like a 6-week course. And they said this is not letters. You can't do letters in 6 weeks. But we're wanting all of our teachers to do this 6-week course because at least we know they got 6 weeks in the science of reading. And then they don't have a state initiative for letters. They have, some of their districts are using it. Most of them, I think, are not using it. But they are saying we at least want to do something. So we're going to require, they're not even required, we're going to strongly recommend everybody do at least this 6-week course that their University of California developed for them. You know, we've had that discussion. I say we've had that discussion with the Literacy Task Force about, do we want something else that's shorter, that at least hits all the components, but to make it clear, that does not replace letters. It's kind of a starter. And maybe we do. There's some pushback on that because some people are afraid, and I see what they mean, that people in their mind will think, oh, now I've got it. If I do the 6-week course, then I don't have to do letters. And so we've not done that, but we do have some districts asking us to do that, to help them identify something that's more concise. So if they have somebody, I'm tying conversations together, Dr. Chestnut, if they have somebody who comes in on an emergency certificate or a long-term sub, they say, what I've had a dozen superintendents say, I'm all about letters. I know you want us to push everybody through letters. But it's going to take me 2 years to get them through letters. Right now, I'm just trying to get them a teaching certificate. And in the meantime, they're teaching kids. Can you give me a 6-week course in the summer before they start teaching kids so at least I know they've been introduced to Scarborough's Rope? Well, I mean, that's a policy something we have to think about. The board, the Literacy Task Force, and our department, you know, do we need to do that as another piece? Does it replace what we're doing? It's another piece. And I think that gets to some of the questions we've had today, because that's one of the things that people keep bringing us, is that they're working to get these emergency certified teachers a real regular certificate, but in the meantime, they need some really deep PD. Not just on this, we're also hearing about discipline and other things. So that's another thing we're trying to work on. But that's a policy thing we have to talk about. It's not an easy discussion. We don't want anything to replace our letters initiative. But do we need a jump start before letters?
I've got several questions, because in my mind I'm thinking, if we consider making sure that the prospective teachers that are in our higher ed programs, pre-service programs, if they're getting this information while they are in their teaching reading courses, they will come in with the prior knowledge that's needed. And when you look at what's being offered through the science of reading, it's going to also prepare them to pass the praxis reading. I see the correlation between the two. I think it will give them the knowledge that they need to pass that. My wonder is whether or not there's a correlation between those districts that are not doing well to the number of teachers that have or have not completed letters.
And we have a contract right now with Parker, and they are working on that information for us.
Okay, that was my first
So we
question.
are, now, it's a very arduous process.
I can imagine. The second thing, like what Dr. Richardson said with the skills, you may have people that have a desire, but if they don't have the prior knowledge, they're coming in with emergency certificates. You know, we're just throwing them out there, and the kids that need the most help, again, are left with the least prepared teacher. So I'm for the letters. However, I think we need to go and take that next step that she's talking about as far as the skills, but also just empowering teachers to have what they need. You know, because we can talk about a standard, but if you don't know what that looks like, then, you know, we're just talking, then again, the kids are left without what they need. You know, we've been talking about that, I know, on the math task force, you know, making sure that teachers are equipped to meet those standards, and we know that they know because we have been intentional in providing that. So my next question is, when will step 2 be ready for teachers to use? Especially in those situations where you have a lot of emergency certificates issued in various places, or people that just need a refresher or for whatever reason have chosen not to go through letters. The kids will still need that information, and they should not be penalized because they have a teacher that's not equipped to give them what they need. So, I mean, I see a sense of urgency. This is wonderful. This is so clear to me. I see it, you know, how it all connects, and I like the way you know, put it together. But I think, and I know you all have worked so hard, we need to be just as intentional and diligent in getting that next step done.
And in line with that, what I'm thinking about, when you get to the how, examples, that's what you're saying, to show, you know, so that people will know exactly. And as I said, then anybody who's not even an educator, you know, when we had people coming over saying you don't have a plan, could look and say, well, I see this is a reading plan and I know this is what this means. In math, I see it's heading the same direction and show it the same way. You have it outlined, but for us to get more into the specifics, the how, and then maybe even examples.
Well,
and that will be a framework. It's not telling people they gotta do that, but at least the person can pick it up and say, oh, I know this is their plan.
And more than written examples, I think and Dr. Anderson can tell you, I always talk about providing professional videos so that we can, you know, you can direct a novice teacher or a teacher that may be challenged with a particular standard to go and watch someone teach it
We have
to
those
fidelity.
Yeah, we also have, we did an RFP for this work for both reading and math. So we're in the process right now of working on those videos of just small little pockets of teaching what this standard is and what does it look like when a person is actually teaching it. That teacher can just go click on that video and watch just that standard being delivered because they're struggling with that. So we are really engaging in that.
Just approved last week.
The contract was approved, the contract review
And
last
see, that
week.
will give you a part of your how, when it's
Yes.
written, that's gonna be your visual, when you then end up being able to see it. I mean, that's your visual, also your auditory, and then hands-on for them in practice.
Right.
So that will be put in there
Yes,
also.
that could be links.
Yes,
Like I
in
said,
there.
that was just approved last week, the contract for those, the creation of both AMSTI, where is Dennis? I'm missing Dennis. AMSTI as well, okay? AMSTI and ARI, so they're creating those starting now, being that the contract has just been approved. So those could be actually links for professional learning opportunities for those teachers who need to just see how it's being done.
But that needs to be a part of your how, once you
Yes,
get into it.
yes, that's what I'm saying, a link in
And
there.
another piece is your mentors. I mean, I keep hearing like we're just throwing these teachers into a room without anybody, but there is a responsibility of that level principal. There is no way that I would have allowed a teacher without any background experience to be teaching my kids without me pulling them in, and I can give them the skills, and I would put the best mentor I had with them, so they can pick up on these surface skills. But I think we've got to be cautious, for instance, with letters. They have the administrative one, and then you have the full one. The administrative is your Cliff Note version. You guys, if you're gonna be walking around and doing walkthroughs and looking and seeing what needs to be done, and teachers need to do that because you've got to know all the different levels, because you have all different kinds of kids. I just want to be very cautious that when we have the gold standard, we need to be promoting it instead of coming in with a plan B.
And you'll be very excited to know that the administrative course has had an overhaul.
I am so glad.
And it will now be
Well,
a
that's
2-year course, and it is much more closely aligned to the elementary course.
Good. And the other thing that sort of comes to mind is that I was with a lot of teachers on Monday, is that they say that the communication, of course, is lacking in so many ways, but what they strive or want is clarity. What is it that you are trying to let them know? And sometimes, if we gave this whole thing to the legislators, are they gonna go through all this? I think we need to give them the clue. You know what I mean? Just sort of, your spotlight things and say, this is the overall view, but if you really want to dig and get into the weeds, which I never did like that philosophy, because it's not, this is.
I did want to add that we also have an amazing tool that is free to all teachers called Atlas. Atlas is an amazing resource. Teachers who have scored super high on their National Board portfolio, National Board has curated all of their videos into one space. So a teacher, a veteran teacher, a new teacher can say, I want to see a teacher, a 3rd grade teacher in an urban school that's Title I that has a student who speaks multiple languages, teaching this standard. And it even hyperlinks to where that standard is taught in the lesson. So our teachers have an opportunity across the state to see another teacher in a classroom or a school that looks much like their own, teaching a specific science, math, social studies, art, you name the certificate. And then the teachers, what's beautiful if you're familiar with the National Board process, of course, the teachers, when they submit these videos, they have to say, this is what happened before the video, this is what happened after the video. But the best part is, and as an MBCT, and I know Bonnie can attest to this, is we have to say, if we had to do this all over again, this is what we would do differently. So it kind of provides a level of vulnerability for our teachers to see a nationally board certified teacher saying, I need to. So we just have got our YouTube channel up and running so that we can make sure we're putting as much content in the hands of our teachers. The other piece of that, not only, I would say this precipitated a lot of conversations in my office, but we wanted to make sure that everybody, our teachers, our parents, our families know the amazing resources that are provided to them, and if they're a little here and a little there. So our new website has all of the offices put together so that anything that someone could be looking for, they can now, I said, what was it, 2 clicks. I said, I want our folks to have 2 clicks to be able to find the resources. This is what we've just added. And you were asking for this is a great segue to that. We wanted to provide kind of that elevator speech view for the reasons you just said. We know there are some folks that may not be interested in going through a 15-page document.
Correct.
But they want to know, give it to me straight. So I will, if you want to take this one and I'll pick up.
Sure,
You want me to?
definitely. These are our school turnaround pillars. We get a lot of questions about our team. Why, first of all, are they provided this level of support? What does it look like? When did it come into existence? What schools fall in these particular categories? So what we wanted to do is to create these pillars to show the different federal and state laws that are coming together to identify all of the support work that these great people are doing. The blue one that you see right there is federally mandated. You know, last month we pushed out our ESSA amendment. It contains that information right there. We had 60 schools in 2018, we have 50 schools in 2022 when we did our renaming. These schools are identified every 3 years. They're really the lowest 5% schools in our state. And there's a difference with this particular one because unlike many of our others, this particular one grabs indicators. 6 different indicators and give that score. So you're not looking at raw assessment data like you're looking at on some of the others. You're looking at grad rate, you're looking at CCR, you're looking at chronic absenteeism, you're looking at academic growth, you're looking at academic achievement, you're looking at ELP. So you have all of that you're combing together based on different weights in order to get a score, not a letter grade, but a score for that particular school. So that's how that particular one is identified. The way the law is written, it mandates that we provide certain levels of supports for those 5% schools, and they're called our CSI schools. And that is the hard work that we've layered with our Office of School Improvement team that is led by AJ. So and it's a focus. We have a differentiated support plan that lives in that area that is already defined what type of support we're going to provide to those schools and what happens when they're not where they need to be. So in 3 years, when we get ready to revisit this and they're not where we said they need to be in order to exit, they could go to a different status. The reason none of those schools are at a different status right now is because we were in COVID and we got some delays, waivers, and all of that. So we didn't have to go through and rename those schools. So we just renamed those schools this past fall of 22. And we're moving forward with some amendments right now. And we have our Great Governor's Turnaround Initiative that involves about 15 schools. I'm looking over there at Nick. Nick has been very instrumental with us in working to make certain the necessary support is provided. And we call all of our turnaround pillars Alabama's Journey to our Top 30. And we're constantly in communication with the governor's office. We had $10 million set aside to show improvements for these schools. $5 million was actually placed in there for auxiliary teachers. And this is such a unique initiative because really what it does, it takes many agencies and it's bringing them together to address the whole child. You're looking at, we have DHR, we have mental health, we have DECE, we have our arts community coming together. We're looking at what is needed. We're really focusing on community improvements. What can we do? Who do we need to have at the table? What are the issues that are going on that's rolling over into the school? So we're making certain that those agencies are actually there as a partner. And we have monthly calibration meetings where everyone's able to sit there and report out on what the challenges are. How do we move forward? There were 15 schools identified and we're working really hard to push this through. We have the Literacy Act. The Literacy Act is yours truly, Mrs. Bonnie Short, lowest 5% of schools on just the ACAP, the ACAP summative reading. And that's when I say that's the difference. You're looking at CSI schools as a combination, but the Literacy Act is just focusing on that ACAP reading. And for federal purposes, remember that we give the ELA. So this is a difference. So you got those schools identified in the blue category, CSI based on ELA, whereas we get to the Literacy Act, it's a component of the ELA, which is just reading. A lot of great work going on. We are doing coaching constantly. Our coaches here, as well as our ARI staff, previously on our plans, we talked about letters, we talked about many different professional development opportunities. What I am so excited about is that our regional people and our State Department people go through the same training. So it's not different. They know what is expected. They know the verbiage. They're sitting through letters. They're sitting through these different coaching communities so that they're saying the same message. And that is great. And we're seeing that across the board with each one of our supports. I think Bonnie started the Sweeney coaching and it just it was a ripple effect to every section. So we're really embracing that. There were 52 schools plus 3 feeder patterns in 2019. We have 40 schools and the feeder patterns right now. The Numeracy Act is very new. Karen Anderson, we have 19 full support schools, 64 limited support schools. We have already completed the allocation for our building-based coaches, math coaches, with the expectation that they're gonna be in the buildings actually doing the work coming this fall, but we're making certain that our districts and schools are able to get them placed for this summer so they can get the necessary training and all that's needed in order to roll it out. So we've really been very intentional with that, working with that task force. And these schools, there's a difference. These schools for the Numeracy Act are identified annually. And as they're identified annually, that's part of our scale-up work for our math coaches, making certain we get them in the schools as they're needed.
I have a question.
Yes,
This
ma'am.
was one of my board questions, so I'm going to, but since you're here, Dr. Anderson, can you sort of fill in about, as far as doing the Numeracy Act and talking about professional development, OGAP? Is that like I know it's a training for mathematics and it's a company, isn't it a company-run professional development?
It is a company.
And the last I heard, now I'm not sure about my current knowledge, is that there was a waiting list to become OGAP trained. Is that still true? I think it probably goes through the in-service centers.
It goes through AMSTI.
AMSTI.
For us, and
Okay,
so
okay.
AMSTI has trainers.
Okay.
And their specialists are able to provide that training under a very unique relationship that AMSTI has with OGAP.
Okay.
So I don't know that there would be the kind of waiting list.
Okay. So, but is that, such as letters is our gold standard, is OGAP one of the gold standards that the numeracy?
That's something that our task force is looking at.
But it hasn't gotten to that point yet?
Well, no, we've looked at OGAP. We've looked at a number of different options in terms of professional learning and their impact. OGAP is a very sophisticated system, and the Numeracy Act really delineates that the foundational mathematics content training needs to come first. So we're really looking at a continuum. I know Dr. Chestnut serves on that particular subcommittee, but the whole task force has been involved.
So when it comes to after you do all the investigative types, you'll come up with like what should be the foundational professional development?
Yes.
Then what would go on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But that's not here yet,
And
but it's coming.
it's really, it's gonna be designed more in a cycle, because initially we had sort of a continuum. We really thought, no, it really needs to be more of a cycle. So if a teacher is just coming in, either as an emergency certification or pre-service,
OGAP is not the answer.
Right. No, OGAP is not the answer. We need to be sure that we're strong with those, with the foundational content, with the student math practices, with the math teaching practices. There are some foundational pieces we need to ensure in those first.
Okay, thank you.
And the last one of our turnaround pillars, Alabama Accountability Act, and that's what most people know as the failing schools. It was first identified in 2013. It's been the bottom 6%, and that particular one combines reading and math, and it's raw assessment data. There are no weights on it, but it is a combination of your past reading and your math data. There is no funding connected to that, $0. But prioritized support, when we say prioritized support, it is based on the request and it comes through OSI. So as they are needed, but there's nothing in that law that states that your school have to do this, that, and the other. There's nothing that's identified that there, and this list is identified annually.
Is there not legislation out to change that verbiage so
It
that
is.
is
That's
going to
what
be
Frank-
edited soon, huh? Depending on what passes.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
But you're
So
always gonna have about 6%.
The way it's
Okay,
currently
but
written.
it's not gonna be called failure school,
Right,
that's what
well, I
I
mean,
mean,
we
changing
could
the
call
verbiage.
it challenge, we could call it whatever we want to, but we're always gonna have a bottom 6%. The way I see it is we want that bottom to rise.
As high as possible.
So.
But it still gives a false sense.
Yes, absolutely.
We want
So,
a higher level of proficiency of that bottom.
Right.
Yeah, still,
But great.
but that's not just it now, because we got some when they don't, there's some other things
right, we'll keep
after this now. This is just the top layer
Okay.
to it. There's some
Because I
more.
have some notes just on that
Okay,
page.
cause see right here, the who, what, when, where, and why for each one of those categories. So we got who is included in those identifications. Then we have what happens once they are approved, what are some of their requirements, and when do we know? How do they show their improvement? And then we say where, what happens? What happens if they're exited? How do we turn them loose? What type of data do we have to show those increases? And we showed that we gave you the percentages. 38 of our 60 CSI schools improved that were exited in 2022, and we had 11% that had an increase in graduation rate. That is where, and why does it matter? It aligns with our goals. Students receiving quality education and ensuring that they are college and or career ready for the workforce through innovative teaching and learning and leading practices. So it's important that we look at every one of those indicators that I named earlier, because it's not one thing that gets them there. There are at least 6 different things that we need to focus on that will get them there. And this space is basically reserved for those Title I schools. So it's connected to the funding and partners, even though we say the weight, and I laugh at AJ, he has been inducted well. We say that the support lives in OSI, but it is a collaboration. And we're gonna show you that toward the end, that we have many different supports that are being provided, but we have percentages placed on that time that shows you that no, he does not go in with his team and handle the literacy on his own. They're partnering with Bonnie to make certain that those supports are there. The same thing would be for math. We have MSTAT that have been going in those schools. So it's not just OSI that's doing. We have some content experts that we've hired, but we're still making certain that we're aligning those supports because it's across the board with many people. But these are different ones that we're letting you know the who, what, when, where, and why for each one of our pillars that we're providing support for.
And I think under why, I don't think the English are leaning or.
I was gonna say learner.
I think they're learners.
Okay, they're learners.
I mean, they might be leaning.
Thank you for that.
Leaning to get as much
Thank you for
assistance
that.
as possible,
Yes,
but I
ma'am.
think they're learning.
Thank you,
You're
thank
welcome.
you.
That old
I do
English
want-
in me.
I do want to bring attention to a couple things. That 11% increase was across all 60 schools, so that was 11% increase for all of the schools. So you're talking about hundreds of students that graduated that wouldn't have graduated before. And we had 76% of our schools increase in their report card, which I think is absolutely amazing. And 18 of the 60 went up 10 points or more on the report card list, which is wonderful, wonderful work. Now, one of the interesting things, Dr. Anderson and I, of course, Dr. Shields has originally started on this OSI pathway. All the things that Ms. Martin mentioned of these partnerships, that has been a growing avenue, because really we went with our backpacks or our Swiss Army knives or however you want to describe it, and we tried to fix all these things. It is so wonderful now to know that we have all of this partnerships, to have the MTSS support, to have someone in the special ed department that is specifically working towards supporting us. The same thing with our regional in-service centers. I mean, it's just such a wonderful family of support, and our department is growing, and so we've nearly doubled in size, and so it gives me kind of a sneaky grin to go, we had those type of results with such few people. What can we do now? And so I know you guys are passionate about, let's make sure that we're turning these schools around, that we're increasing the results. I feel firmly that it's going to happen. It is happening. And so when we get into the governor's schools, we'll talk about some things that's like, oh, there's such good results already happening. And so these are things that are important. To get to the next aspect of it, as Ms. Martin alluded to, the next step up will be a comprehensive support and improvement returning. That's CSIR, which that is going to be a definite, more rigorous, more intentional, bringing the outside assessor in to say, okay, we've had our opportunity to work with this school. The school has had the opportunity to work with themselves. What things do we need to do in addition to make sure leadership has the capacity and the competency to do the job, that we aren't having equity gaps, that there's not segments of the student population that just aren't being served, and do they have the resources there? And so when the CSIR kicks in, you're going to see everything we do at an exponential point, because it's definitely much higher intentionality at that point.
And AJ, if I could, one of the reasons we added this slide in our last conversation, there have been multiple questions about what happens next. And so we wanted to give you, just this elevator, like here are some just talking points about what each of these identifications mean, but also to let you see there is some differences in the what happens next, depending on ESSA law or the Numeracy Act or the Numeracy Act. So we wanted you to see, and this is where we are at this stage right now, determining, we know what ESSA tells us we must do for CSIR schools. And then we have some autonomy to figure out what is that gonna look like for Alabama. So we are in the process of determining what it's gonna look like to have this assessment of leadership capacity, looking at an external evaluator to come into the schools to provide those supports too.
So the next thing is governor's turnaround schools, which is really, I can't tell you how excited I am about this possibility, because what we're able to do is to bring the entire weight of the State Department together and external partners, and bring everybody to the table, having the muscle and the support of the governor's office to say, yes, early childhood is going to be there. The Department of Human Resources is going to be there. Mental health is there. The Arts Collaborative is coming in. And so not only are we having out of school meetings on this, these folks are coming into the schools. They're seeing exactly what the reality is in these schools, what things can be done, how they can help. Our instructional audits are a wonderful endeavor of where we're bringing in ARI, AMSTI, regional in-service directors. We had a person from the Arts Collaborative that came and went through one with us recently, and they're seeing what exactly needs to happen in these schools so that we can help these schools create the type culture, to build the leadership capacity, to support their instruction, and to recruit the type teachers that they need, and to retain them. Because to tie perfectly in what you all talked about before, the one consistency of our CSI schools and these government turnaround schools, they are hard to staff. There are numerous spots that are left open sometimes for years, and it's not your advanced maths and sciences. I mean, those are just a given. They're not going to be there. But we're having elementary spots that are left open with full-time subs. And I thought you brilliantly pointed out, we've got folks that, I mean, they can bridge for a day or two, but you put them in there for a year. And so what kind of supports are we putting in for that? And so we're looking at creating academies for subs, for these non-certified teachers, but anything that can be done. So this, to me, is what can we do truly to help a school that's in need? And so this is an experiment, but it's an experiment with a lot of good research and knowledge. And when you get the best people at the table and say, okay, what can we do to create the environment where this school, this community can truly turn around and support itself and grow? And so for me, we've got 15 of these schools now. I hope in a very short amount of time, we're able to bring proof back and say, look, with these supports, this works. And so going across the street or even in here to say, let's use this model and go forward with additional people, additional resources, and take this from 15 to 30 or to 60 or to, because as you alluded to, we've always got these people that are in support. What are we going to do about it? And we don't want people just to barely come off the list.
And if I may add to that, AJ, the takeaway for me is that once we finish wrap this initiative up, and the end result will be, we would have that model. We would have a turnaround model for the state with a blueprint that we're able to replicate when schools are faced with this. So this is an initiative. newly formed, pretty much a year into this work almost. And the end result is to have that blueprint of what it can look like when schools are faced with these situations, so that we will have a model of excellence for turnaround schools. And this goes directly in with the governor's plan as far as, our top 30, the journey to the top 30. So this lines up with it and puts all of those agencies in place to make certain supports are where they need to be. With us working with the governor's office to lead that work. And it's just been a great experience, just the willingness of everyone being at the table, excited to say, how do we make this work? We've had this challenge. This was our piece that was missing. The willingness has been there, and it's just been great. It has been great, and we're still pushing as things come up. We're dealing with them, and we're figuring out those processes to keep moving it forward.
And the thing that I really like is we're not creating a state agency, we're just utilizing the ones that we have. We're bringing those resources in, and we're educating each other on the possibilities. I mean, every time we have one of these collaborative meetings, we're like, oh, I didn't know y'all did that. That's so amazing. Oh, and you're able to provide this service. And so we do the same thing in this table right here, well, really the whole building, of bringing our resources together. But when you start bringing the other agencies together and they're excited, because I mean, imagine the change in perception for DHR when they're not the ones that come in and take the kids away and place them in another home, but they're the ones that are providing the services and help bridging that gap to success, because that's really all we want. Because we know these schools are full of young men and young ladies that are primed to succeed. They just need a little help. And so that's what we're getting to do here.
I know we're limited in staff, I'm sorry, but how often do we get a chance? I know all the other agencies, but how often do we get a chance to actually get into the 15 schools? I guess that's my first question. And then secondly, what instrument, how do we determine our effectiveness? I mean, are we waiting to the end of the year, or is that something we do all along the benchmark? Is that coming up in another slide?
I don't think that's in the slide. But
okay, I'm just wondering, because I mean, it all sounds great.
Yes.
I mean, it's a good story, but I'm just trying to see, how do we get to see exactly what's going on?
One of the easier indicators.
And I know the culture, you do the culture survey and all that.
That's right.
But then that lets me know that learning should take place, because I have an environment that's conducive to learning.
That's right.
But then as the students are doing whatever I'm saying they should be doing work-wise, how is it throughout the year we're determining that they are improving beyond growth? So I'm just saying, is there something that we have to show that?
I mean, as far as the first question of how often we're getting into schools, that's weekly.
Weekly.
And
how many people do we have? How many people do we have to get out into the 15 schools weekly?
Well, I mean, right now, the turnaround schools are designed to where you can get into, so no one has more than 5 schools.
Okay.
So the expectation is they're going to get into weekly.
Okay.
That was a big plus, because as Dr. Shields, when she had roughly half the state, could say that wasn't even a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Now with the staff that we currently have, nobody should have more than 5 schools, and so they should be able to get into the schools weekly. And so that's the expectation. As far as monitoring, I mean, attendance is one of the easiest, because in a weak culture, students don't want to come to school because they don't feel like it's safe, they don't feel supported there, they don't feel like they're receiving quality education. And so as they get older, they start to diminish on attendance. And so we can see, all right, is that moving in the right direction? And if it's not, what's the cause? Because I don't want to identify schools, because we've got a lot of broadcasts here, but one, just simply adding a bus route, which was kind of against the district policy, because most of the students live within walking distance. But we found that if it was raining, students were not going to come. And so just by adding a bus route, now we're increasing the likelihood that a child's going to learn, because if they're not there, they're not going to learn.
Okay, that's good. But then how do we determine? We've done the bus route, we've improved the culture and the environment. How could I ask you, show me data in John Brown School as to how these students are doing? Do you have data? Do you have things you can?
Well, of course. I mean, we're monitoring their academic performance to say that our that I have something to hand you, I can get that.
No, I
for
mean,
you.
just to look at, to see, because the thing is, we can talk about these things, and I know they're going on, I'm not saying they're not.
Right.
But when we take the ACAP, that's what we're gonna be looking at, the actual data of how
Oh, yeah.
improving the environment, how improving the attendance, how getting the bus routes and all of those things have assisted in
Right.
getting us to
And
more
of
proficiency.
course, you know, we're doing things, well, I don't wanna use vendors, but there's monitoring tests that
Right.
are going along that are being
Okay.
checked and analyzed, and sometimes it's as simple as us helping them understand, how do you run this report? How do you understand what you're looking at? And what are you doing to prioritize your time and bringing this in and bringing the resources in before school, after school tutoring, and those type of things. And so every school should have a pretty good indication before they take the ACAP to know where they are. It shouldn't be a surprise for them.
They shouldn't be, because we actually have, remember, these are elementary schools. We have, they're basically.
They have to take benchmark assessments, that's what I'm
Exactly,
asking.
so they're doing it 3 times a year.
Yes,
And we're
yes.
actually, coordinating the data results from there with our ARI piece, as well as, previously with our early learning assessment for the math. So it's still on that same trajectory to say that they're given their assessment 3 times a year. In addition to that, they all have a plan. They have their goal action funding plan for their turnaround work, and that's where their progress monitoring is occurred. So that's when they're visiting those schools, they're making certain that it's in sync and that they're doing what is actually prescribed in their plan, and their work is actually in those 4 domains of rapid school improvement. We're making certain that that work and the funding is in line with that. So that is that work. Courtney Wilburn, I mess up her last name every time. She is the administrator that's been hired to lead this work, and she have the individuals that are under her that's actually going out and monitoring. And I can get you an update as to where we are with that, but we do have check-ins that I call them to make certain that everything is on point and our people are visiting, and we even have percentages to show the amount of time that they're in those schools. So they log that into our system, so we're able to go and see that Angela Martin was actually at ABC school this percentage of time during this week. We get it down to the week that we can plug. So if we see that there's something going on and we need to adjust schedules, we're able to do that. So those processes are in place.
But that's good
So is
if
there-
you come to the end but what we're saying is we need to see the data. from
Yeah, I'm
where they
saying
came.
right now,
Yeah.
yes.
And then if instead of them going up or showing a trajectory, then you go back and say, oh, what were they, was there, maybe they had a high rate of flu during this week and the kidlets weren't there, or the
Yes.
teachers got sick. But those are where you go back and look
Yes.
at that form. But what is always being asked of us is, where are they now as far as progression and progress on their academics? And I know ACAP is now being released, May 18th or something of that nature, or not released, but
So-
being
The reading,
reading
you're
alone, right?
focused on reading.
Correct.
So the reading, remember, has no, on purpose, has no short written responses.
Correct.
And can be computer graded.
Right.
May 18th, the districts will get their
And then they
reading
look at it again.
scores, so they can look at their we'll only do reading in second, third grade reading. There's a calendar out there, they get the other scores
And you
in
send it to us.
July, I think, yeah, we sent it out, I think it's July, it's much quicker than it used to be, when it used to come back in September, so they're getting it really, really fast now, and that's through, advances in technology and AI. But, they'll get those quickly. I do remind, obviously, there's a lot of, we'll be looking deeply in their data these schools' data when we get those results back.
Right.
But I remind you, this work just started October 1st. So it's in, it seems like because it passed in last year's budget, the governor first mentioned it in her speech in January of 22, then it had to get through the legislature and to get the money. So it actually, the work started, October 1st. So we're just half year into it, so it'll
Well,
be.
and it
it's-
doesn't matter just the
No,
governor's turnaround,
No,
we
no,
wanna
no,
know how all,
Yes.
Cause I was about to say,
All
if you
of our
go back
kids.
to the beginning with the 50 schools.
yeah, go back.
I know we have Alabama State Department of Education people there. How often are you all into those schools? 'Cause I know you only have so many people.
The same amount of time. And so-
Every week?
Yes, ma'am, and so, well, that's ideally, but it's a different group of people.
Right,
And,
right.
and something else that we've been able to add are literacy specialists for grades 4 through 8, well, really 4 to 12.
Okay.
And so that's another layer that's getting into these schools. And as I mentioned before, you know, the special ed group is got dedicated folks for us. When we have for our schools, the partnership is truly what it is, where we've got integrated meetings with ARI, OMI, MTSS is assigning people to our schools. And so those things it's coming around again and again and again, but not in an overwhelming way. It's in this is exactly what this school needs. This is where their weakness is. This is where their challenges are. This is the professional development that they're working on that has been identified, and we're pushing into that on a regular basis. And so,
Is that in reference to the proficiency with maybe the math? We talking about math and English with the ACAP?
yes, ma'am.
So we could get that same data on those 50 schools
Yes, ma'am.
also.
Yes, ma'am.
And attendance, discipline, referrals, and we're looking at not just academic pieces.
And I mean, I know it's a whole gamut, but I know when we're assessed,
Yes.
what's being viewed,
Oh, yeah.
unless you're doing the graduation rate and all that. It
Yes.
depends on the
Those are
assessment.
those things
It depends
that
on the
influence.
assessment,
It does.
yes,
That's
and-
those
right, we know
scores,
that.
yes.
Mhm.
But in addition to that, is there a system in place to measure the effectiveness of the support that's being provided? Let's say, for instance, you have someone going out weekly, but you don't see any kind of improvement in the same person that's been in this system, sweet, nice, but no change. What's in place to measure the effectiveness of the support that you all provide?
We're under a regular performance appraisal, so that's probably something at LSD where we're stated expectations. There is a hierarchy of checks and balances. Everybody has to report. Their calendars are shared with myself and Dr. Shields. We cross-check with travel. We check into the schools to get updates on how things are going. Not in a sneaky kind of way, but in just making sure that they say they're coming, but what kind of support are they actually providing? And of course, sometimes it takes a little bit longer because they may be going, but what are they actually doing? And so we'll get better at bringing that down. But all of those things have checks and balances to it. Where just a few years ago, we were a straight line across, and we each had our little geographic area, and we didn't really know until the report card come out how well someone was doing. Now everybody has layers of support that are above and below that are going to hold them accountable.
We run reports, so, when I was at PJ's performance appraisal, I would actually pull up where you have been for the last month. And I pull it up so I can see what schools have been, what kind of supports. So we progress monitor that as the leaders to see what's been going on, how much time are you in the field, what kind of impact, how's the line support domains. The other piece of that is
Do you compare it with the progress of the students?
with the progress of the school and the students, certainly, yes.
And that's what I was about to say, how does that show the effectiveness of
That's right.
what he's been doing in the schools? How can you tie that back in?
And let me say this, if I may, on the governor's turnaround, that staff is newly hired staff. So they all have, as she said, their appraisals and their roles and responsibilities, and it's connected with the growth of the schools that they're serving. So please know that they all have roles and responsibilities, and one of their responsibilities is connected to the growth of the school, because that's why they're there, to improve the academic achievement opportunities for those students. But that particular group, the turnaround, that is new. They have not been there a year.
And I was talking about the 50, that's fine, but I see your head.
Even some of those are new as well, but the others, we are constantly, because the administrators, as they move up, prior to AJ coming on, I will be involved with Melissa on the reviewing of their appraisal, and these are the questions that you're asking that I will pull her in to
How often
ask
is the
her.
appraisal done?
You get your pre, you get your mid, and then you get your final. So it's not even
It's
waiting
3
until
times
the
a year.
end. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So it's not waiting. There have been many times we've had conversation, not seeing certain things that we needed to see, and that would lead to a conversation with that individual to say, these are the things we need to see in place prior to your final. So that those conversations are constantly occurring, but they're actually identified within their roles and responsibilities.
So the data is tied into the appraisal, of the individual.
The improvement
appraisal.
efforts of the school, because it depends on what they're in there for. Because this is weighted indicators, remember, this is weighted indicators. So what we do is we do a data dive with their needs assessment. I call it a data dive. We dig into it to see what was the root cause of getting those individuals there. And then once the team goes out and do their instructional audit, that's where the uncovering of the root cause analysis of why they're where they are.
Right.
And those are the things that that individual is charged with going in.
Okay.
So that's what defines the work that they need to do. So if we don't see those improvement opportunities there for those schools and kids based on that root cause, then that leads for additional conversations with us.
Okay, and my mind just still goes back to the ACAP and singing proficiency.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's where, and I know
Yes,
attendance
yes,
and all
ma'am.
of that ties in, but
Yes.
ultimately,
Especially
it's
for
the
those
data.
50 schools,
Yes.
it's just different because you're not only looking at your ACAP, if they have an ELP population,
Yeah.
excuse me, you're looking at that access.
but still them
Yes.
improving in those
Yes,
areas.
and what we don't want to take anything from is the fact that they may have been very low when they got there, but they've
The
had
growth,
great
I
growth.
understand growth.
So we celebrate that growth and still try to keep pushing and moving them forward. So,
One
yes.
last thing,
Okay.
for the ones that have come off
Yes, ma'am.
of the list that was not so great, I think I heard the comment that we continue to work with them if they request it. Is that
You're saying
true?
for the
For the
AAA?
ones that come off of the
That
failing
AAA,
list?
yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
So they have to request it. So we are really not responsible. I may get off this year, but then next year, I don't do the things you all told me. I get back on there. So we're not responsible for having things in place to
Well-
ensure that I don't get back on there the next, you see what I'm saying? Once they
Yes,
come
ma'am,
off.
because it's called prioritized ALSD support. It's nothing that's mandated through law. That's one of the flaws that I see, not ALSD. This is Angela speaking. That's one of the things that I see when you look at flaws, because there's nothing there that says this
That you
is
have to
what we
continue
do.
to support.
So you don't have as many layers in there to say, this is what we're gonna do. Now, one good thing about all of these schools is that Alabama has an ASIP. We have an improvement plan for every school, whether you're on a list or not. So it's forcing schools to really look at where they are, look at data, and make instructional decisions based on that data, and to come up with a plan that's loaded up into our improvement platform to say, this is where we are and this is how we're going to move forward.
But I do want to inject on your question of follow-up support. Because of the relationship that is built, I mean, I spent hours, days in the schools. You become very much involved in that school. That principal still is relying on you for support. They're still asking you to come. So it's not like they're thrown in some arbitrary hopper. They're going to direct call us, and they're going to get not to the same level of support, but we're not
They
just
will.
leaving them out in the cold.
Because my thing is, what do we do to ensure they don't get back on the list?
Right.
How do we keep them off?
Amen.
Yes.
And remember, there are multiple other partners in these schools as well, so while OSI is doing tremendous work, so is AMSI, ARI, and other folks as well, trying to provide direct supports. So even if OSI has a lighter touch, because this school has come off, we still know that it's a full support school, that they are getting dedicated supports in that area as well. And then not to mention, you were asking about how often are people in these buildings, because we have Department of Mental Health, Early Childhood, DHR. I can't tell you how many times I've been in these schools and I keep running into the arts folks that are doing amazing things in our PE programs, in our core classes. What we're really trying to do is just to make sure that we don't have too many people in a building at one time, because we have probably been in situations where it detracts you from the work when you have multiple forces in your school trying to support the work. So that's why we meet ahead of time to make sure that
we are concerted in our effort. When we come into the schools, they see it as a seamless line of support.
Okay, and I think that's great, but ultimately, if they don't improve, the state board is viewed, not mental health or those other
Oh, certainly.
agencies. So that's why I keep asking that. I think it's wonderful that we are working together, but if there's not improvement, what is the state board? What's the State Department?
We've been on the spot subject almost an hour. Are you all able to finish the program and do some of these other board questions, or if y'all just wanna keep on, I'm ready to stay as long as you are.
We've talked about many of these that are there. The only ones that we have not talked, you wanna go, okay.
I do
That's
think,
not for us, it's for them.
You got a lot of slides to go.
Well, that's the board, whatever your desire.
I just said,
Whatever your desire
I'm not here to
is.
do anything, just take a nap.
For many of
Wait.
these schools, just an observation, they have got economic challenges in their communities, and those economic development challenges are out of our hands. So many of the circumstances for these children, it's not going to change, nor will it for the school. So they may have, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Sorry, ma'am, I'm sorry.
He's just talking out.
So the opportunities for them to hire teachers, which we've been discussing at length earlier today, we know that there are going to be long-term subs in many of these schools. I think you said it earlier, but it was said quickly and I wasn't sure if I was hearing you correctly. Do you plan to develop any sort of video opportunities for subs to be trained in the proper way to handle a classroom? If I signed up to be a sub at Pick Elementary School and I was nervous about it, could I go somewhere and see a library of videos to help me be better prepared as a long-term sub?
Passion project, so go ahead.
yes, that's certainly a passion project of mine. That is something that we are in the works right now to provide supports for long-term subs and kind of the Harry Wong of school. If you remember those first 100 days, how classroom management, where standards are. You know, some of our long-term subs were working maybe retail on a Monday, and the rest of the year they're teaching geometry. So, yes, I am working with the group right now to determine what that could look like and provide evening onboarding for long-term subs because we need them during the day. So more to come on that, but I'm so glad you asked.
Okay, yeah, a lot of my districts are very small and rural, and they're not probably gonna have a certified teacher just wander in the door and say, I'm here and want a job.
Some school systems provide substitute teacher workshops, and they train their substitute teachers. I know we did that in the system I was in. And I don't think that's unusual. I think that's probably happening somewhat regularly in most systems.
Well, I know in some of mine, they're just using an employment agency to screen people. And so if you're just being screened by an employment agency and you're being paid hourly, I haven't had the assurance that the standard that we would expect is being trained.
Yes, ma'am.
We're looking at providing a structure from the state level on what that could look like. Some more to come on that. I don't want to leave the cats out of the bag, but because that is what we see when we're in these schools that are struggling, and you can talk about training all day long, but if these teachers are not certified teachers, they may not be able to go through X, Y, or Z training. They are, as you mentioned earlier, they have a high school diploma, and suddenly they are a long-term sub for the remainder of the year in a school that's already underperforming or struggling. So we're looking at how can we create a structure from this level that provides uniform support for our long-term subs with some other bells and whistles we hope to share at a later date. But yes, that is a reality that we know exists, and we hear a lot about training. My heart sinks because we talk about, well, we need to get our teachers professionally developed, and in the schools we're serving, we know that they are largely housed by people who are not certificated teachers. So what can we do to provide supports? They want to be in these schools. They have the heart. This is their community.
And so we feel like they are right for us to be able to provide some onboarding and training, and maybe if we're lucky, they'll go into the teaching fields themselves.
Thank you. Alabama Literacy Act, of course, we're looking, when you're looking at this slide, you're just looking at the bottom 5%. You know, we're serving all of the schools K through 3, and all of them receive an allocation of $80,000 so that they can have their own local reading specialist as long as they commit to the job description that's in the Alabama Literacy Act. And if they do not commit to that, then we do not commit to giving them the $80,000 for the individual. Again, we're looking at the lowest 5%, and that is currently 40 schools plus one feeder pattern of one of the schools. And the key resource that we have to support them are the coaches. The coaches are in there, and by the Alabama Literacy Act law, they are to be primarily in one school. So that is their primary location. There are some areas that it is harder to fill than in other areas, but that is something that my staff will tell you. I'm very passionate about making sure that we can support our full support schools to the greatest depth that we can, because they need that support. All of our regionals are letters trained, and we are working through having all of them trained as facilitators as well. But they do a small portion of the facilitator training at a time. And so that is continuing on. But as letters facilitators, they can take those skills and strategies for that they're learning in letters to be able to support those teachers right there and then on the spot. So even if they haven't engaged in letters professional development because they are a non-certified teacher, what have you, they are still getting that letter support from that coach. And so that's a real advantage that we have for that. Also, when we're looking at WIN, it is a 3-year allocation of them being full support school. They were just named in the 2022 school year, so it won't be until 2025 that they will be renamed. Every full support school is also offered letters coaching. We have national trainers from letters that come in to support. And just recently, in the last couple months, Arrington Elementary School in Birmingham City had Carol Tolman, who is the co-author of letters, come in. She's been providing national coaching, and she said, hey, you know what, I'd really love to do some filming here that we can use to put in our national platform for letters. And so we will soon see Alabama teachers in the letters training modules that are coming out. And they're taking those strategies and they're using them. And we know anytime you're implementing anything new, it takes time. It doesn't just happen overnight. But we're gradually seeing our teachers take on these strategies and implementing them with our course of studies. They mix in beautifully with our course of study because for the first time ever, it's based on the same thing. It's based on the science of reading. And then, of course, we also look at our LS1, LS2 schools and wanting them to move into that to kind of go on where you've talked about before. What do we do when they move into that LS1? By law, it's monthly support, but we encourage our regionals to give more. Look into that particular school and what the needs are of that school and give more as you can. And we try to make sure that our schedules, our assignments are allowing for that, because we are concerned about the ones that have fallen off full support, and can we keep them supported for the long haul.
So that will give them that gradual release.
Because monthly is a big difference from primarily. It's a big difference. And then, of course, we're letting this be our framework for the full support schools. And there will always be a bottom 5%. But as you talked about earlier, we want that ceiling to continually rise, or the bottom to continually rise.
Do you want to
talk a little bit, Bonnie, about they go back one slide, the what if, I don't know what, the font got a little messed up, but we wanted you to see in that second paragraph, you said, it says, as required by the Alabama Numeracy Act. There's language that is very specific in the Numeracy Act about the performance of our students in terms of reading. So I didn't want you to think that was a misprint, so I thought Ms. Short might want to address that.
So if you look into the Numeracy Act, they have weaved in reading into that with regard to school improvement. So as we look at the beginning of August 2026, any full support school that's been given 3 years of support and has yet to attain specific levels of academic progress in reading and math shall enter state academic intervention. And in that law, it has Office of School Improvement and OMI working to put together structures for what does that look like, how are we going to give support to those schools, what will be the responses that will be made as we have schools that do not reach that.
The Numeracy Act with full support schools, you've heard too, that's again the bottom 5%, and the combination of full support and limited support schools, that's 83 at this point in time. What supports are provided? There are a number of supports. The regional coordinators are supporting those schools right now because many of them do not have a coach. So that support includes just foundational tier 1 instruction. Just what does that look like in math? That includes MTSS, going into schools as they're having their problem-solving team meetings and ensuring that students' math needs are being addressed. There are coaching teachers individually at this time, and they're also scheduling training, professional learning, which is that foundational mathematics training that's listed in the law. When the full support schools are named annually, but in terms of support, I've heard that question. The regional coordinators are supporting their full support schools on a weekly basis and limited support schools on a bi-weekly basis. Where are we at this point? Schools are really excited to get their coaches in place. So the Office of Mathematics Improvement has created a portfolio of resources to assist. We've provided interview questions on coaching. We've provided a rubric for scoring. We've provided a score sheet. And the rubric I'm particularly excited about because as that's used during the interview process, that allows OMI as well as the district to collect some data on the candidates. So as they are employed, it helps the district and OMI know, okay, this particular coach has strengths in this area and has areas of improvement, areas of need in this area. So it helps us to customize the support for that coach. So the coach is able to support teachers moving forward. And why? Because we're looking to improve achievement for all students. I've heard a lot about our schools that have teachers that have emergency certification. Coaching can really be that game changer. We've got it in place in reading. We're in the process of getting that in place in math to ensure that those teachers, whether they're novice because they've just graduated or they're novice because they may be just coming from the engineering company, regardless, just to be sure that they have the support that they need so they know what tier 1 instruction looks like, they know how to support, how to intervene, they get that content knowledge, they get what they need through coaching. So with the full support schools beginning August 2026, any full support school, as is short read earlier, who has not attained specific levels of academic progress in math or reading or both over the course of 3 years shall enter into state academic intervention. And what that means according to the law is that a school improvement team will go into those schools. And Mr. Buckner and I have been coordinating about that school improvement team and what that looks like. But that team goes into the school and does a comprehensive audit to see what exactly is going on in that school. And they also create a turnaround plan that has to be approved. And that plan is to be implemented as you see here. That intensive school turnaround plan is implemented for 4 full academic years. And after all of that support, you've had support from your coaches, you've had support over the course of 3 years. So there's a lot of time where the school has had an opportunity to make improvement. And if at that point, still the levels of achievement are not where they need to be, then we have these options to mandate the complete reconstitution of the school, removing all personnel and appointing them to include the principal and hiring new staff. So that's one option, is to reconstitute the school. Another option is to, from an approved list, to choose an external provider or an external receiver to manage and operate supervised support of that particular school. Or that particular school could pursue public charter school status. So all of these options are available if the school, after a period of several years of support with a focused, targeted intervention plan, is still not showing improvement.
Who determines which option?
That's, yes, that's a LEA option, decision.
And if they don't,
I don't know if who does not.
if the local board does not do those things?
Does not do any of these things?
Yes.
I think these are the only options that are available.
If you're getting it, if the local board is in contempt of the law, then we'll have to step in.
That's what I asked.
No question about that. And I've talked to, made sure, I mean, this law is law, it's been the law for a year, but have been very pointed with superintendents and local boards when I've had time to talk to them to make sure they realize that it will be enforced. So, the law.
Basically, the last part of the presentation is just pretty much some percentages of time, the statuses of schools based on failing school, CSI, ATSI. The governor's turnaround is just showing some stats, and then we're showing how we provided support on the various federal indicators. We know those are the CSI schools. It just shows the time, and then it also shows the percentages of time that we have provided support surrounding the 4 domains of rapid school improvement. This is one of those data pools, Dr. Richardson, I said we could get at our fingertip, that we can go and show that this is what they're doing based on topics and pull downs and logs of what they're doing anytime they're in our schools. They're just not there because I like this school and I want to go be there today. It wraps up, and all of these are actually connected with the plans that they have, because the plans are identifying what the needs are. And then when I go to just the CSI, this is showing that we've had 50 schools. This year we've had 1,325 OSI support events taking place, and it tells you exactly what they were on. Naturally, when I did my wrap up with Dr. Shields surrounded this, and this is what we do when we say they're calibrating, she and I calibrate as well. So when we were sitting there having our conversations, naturally, because of all of the laws that are coming out surrounding ELA, literacy, and math, my mind jumped straight to those. Okay, Melissa, tell me why we only have X% of time in our schools. And so then I started looking at other plans and other connections to show this is just for OSI. It does not count the time that OSI has Bonnie coming in, providing that literacy support with those coaches, the regional people. So that's another layer that's pulled in with them. So, and it does not equate to what AMSTI has been doing in those schools. So this is just a bird's eye view when you're saying, how do we hold them accountable for the work? But based on those plans that they have in place, and especially for this group right here, it is the ACIP. Based on the ACIP and what they've identified in those schools as needs, this is what we have done with our OSI team leads 1,325 separate support events for those schools surrounding those topics. Just this school year. Just this school year.
And there's a hyperlink to both of these, and if you do not have the hyperlink, we'll make sure you have that
We don't
today.
have the slides.
Okay, we'll
Make
make
sure you
certain.
have the, yes.
What
Now,
we'll
this-
ask Ms. Nora to do is just to go ahead and grab the one we used today and upload it into Assembly to make certain that you have that instead of
Yes,
giving you a lot of paper. We'll just make certain. And this is the same thing that we've done for TSI and ATSI schools. It spells out the same thing. We have 275 TSI schools, 91 ATSI schools, which is overall 309 OSI supported schools. And once you get this, you would actually be able to click on the link to see actually which schools they are, and drill down in there to see, so you would know which ones were your schools in your districts, which ones were not. So again, this is just showing how we are collecting data, and we're making certain that whatever works go on within those schools is connected to what those needs are.
And
I like
there's
this.
the data, that's what I'm asking
Yes,
about,
ma'am.
there it is right there.
Yes, and these are just two different ones that we're able to pull out. But as we see things that come up and we look at needs, we can add two items and collect the additional data for it. And what's really interesting about this to me too, is looking at the recruiting and retaining personnel. Because that means that was one of the goals within one of those schools that said that they needed support in that area, and our people are actually working with them in order to get that done. So it's been interesting.
Just as a reminder too, the ATSI and TSI schools, those, what you're seeing on this wheel, those are requests. So OSI supports those schools based on requests. If you look at the two pie charts back to back, you'll see it's interesting because they're very similar in terms of need. You'll see leadership is the biggest piece of that, because anytime OSI is in a school, that principal, that assistant principal, that instructional coach is part of that conversation. So leadership is inevitably a natural part of that support when any OSI person is in the school. And these are just the most common. Of course, there's some auxiliary. We have another part of the form where, like, if none of those things happened, what did? But we know these are the most intensive supports that OSI provides, and we thought it would give you a good, so you were asking how do we keep data? That is live data on every single person on the OSI team that we're able to pull in a moment, by school, by district, by domain, by type of school.
That's the data on the person, not the students in the school.
It is the data
It's
on
separate.
the support, yes ma'am.
Support, okay,
Yes.
so we have that on the
Absolutely.
students that you'll
Yes,
get to
ma'am.
us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I like
That's
the amount of time doing the data, because if they don't know how to read the data, interpret the data, and disaggregate it, it's for naught.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And that's part of the assessments conversations. When we're doing the needs assessment and developing their plans, you have to start with your data and drill down to that in order to determine what your needs are. So that's just gonna tell you what to do. And then our last slide is just to say, this is us. And if we can be of any assistance, this is, if you wanna call us that, sometimes I wonder. But if you look back at the presentation and there are other questions, we want to make sure we're getting it right for our boys and girls. We want to get it right. So if there's something you're hearing in the field, if there are needs that are identified out there that we've missed, please let us know. It's not personal that we think you're saying, this. No, if you're hearing it and they're not telling us, we need to add it and get it right. So just please know that you can email either one of us and just let us know, hey, I need some more information. Or if you're going somewhere and you're talking to your constituents and you have a question about something, shoot us a question. We want to make certain we spread the word that support is out there. We want our teachers to know that we're trying to get it right for them. And we are their support. We are their support.
Good job. Great work.
Thank you.
And you say email, I bring you.
Well, either
I get
way,
you all the
email.
time. But I was just trying to say that you're very welcoming in everything
Thank
that I
you.
suggested, and I
Thank
appreciate the work of all of you.
It's a
And
team
we're gonna
effort.
get there. It's a
We're gonna
team.
get there, and it's a team effort. I appreciate each one of these, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
We didn't get to Sue Ellen, she's that quiet storm, but she is doing some amazing work in ed technology to connect these dots. She's one of those ones that can come to the table. She's so techie, I call it, that we may have a thought or the team has a thought, she makes it happen. She's that person, so just know that she's a quiet storm back here, but she is very intentional. She supported, her team loves her. The districts, they are just eager to see her supports and have her supports. And she's back here, and should have been up here, but thank you all, I appreciate you all.
Dr. Mackey is item number 5 item.
Yes, okay, put it there for you. You got a copy of this, and Dr. Reynolds is very helpful pointing this out to me, but made you a copy of this great article Steve Flowers did on Dr. Bronner. Dr. Bronner's been 50 years, I didn't realize that, as head of the retirement systems, and so Dr. Reynolds pointed that out to me, and would like to, we don't have it ready for today. Of course, this just, if you've not seen it, it just came out a couple of days ago, earlier this week. But, so we didn't prepare a resolution today. We'd like to prepare a resolution in June. Have that on the work session in June, that we could adopt in July and really talk about, you know, spend some time, invite him. What?
I think my understanding was we would take a resolution based on this data and adopt it in June, because Dr. Bronner has some reasons to want us to expedite it.
If that's good with y'all, so what we'll do is get you a resolution. Dr. Sibley's somewhere listening. He's the one who writes the resolutions around here, and we'll get it to you ahead of time anyway.
Mr. Flowers has asked if he could come and exercise his 3 minutes or 5 minutes, depending on what we want to, on the public comment.
Okay.
So we decided if you want to allow him more time, Dr. Mackey, because we had specified 3 minutes, but we can allow more time depending on what you want.
For public comment period. Well, he can talk during my report too. I can give him, we can figure it out.
No, Steve Flowers,
Who wrote the article. So we'll prepare it, we'll put it in the agenda for next time, if everybody's okay with that. And it'll come out with your assembly or
because
your
our
packet.
July meeting is.
Remember, the June meeting's really early, because it is, the first day of June's on a Thursday, so the meeting will be on June the 8th.
The July meeting is a separate meeting, it's not on Thursday.
The July meeting's on Tuesday.
June meeting, that's why I wrote June. We now have board questions.
Hey, Dr. Reynolds, can I be recognized for like 5 seconds to give an update, if you don't mind? Everybody should be getting your new book, your new board member manual, and for those new board members, this basically is just a culmination of kind of a Cliff Notes version of everything you need to know as a board member. And I take this with me everywhere I go, but it has stuff like your quick facts. It's got, you know, list of numbers. I'm kind of a paper person too. I like to have this in front of me. But it's got a lot of good information. It's really just kind of a hodgepodge of, like I said, different things that we all put together for the board members, including the board chart and even directions and everything to the Gordon Purchase building. So I just want to draw your attention to it, and they do have your names on them on the front.
Thank you.
And Miss Nora got a little
She didn't know they had names, so she was just passing them out.
She went a little quick on me, but anyway, everybody's got. I'm gonna never let her forget. But it's got your name on it, and then I also keep an extra copy with your name on it. So if you lose yours, I've got an extra copy with your name on it. But it's a great resource, especially for new board members. It's got kind of everything. It's not all inclusive, but it's got the like I said, the highlights of kind of everything that we do related to open meetings and to board administrative rules and that kind of thing. So just wanted to draw your attention to that. Thank you for the recognition, Dr. Ron.
Thank you.
Board questions?
No, I sort of weave my questions into the, so I don't have any.
I wouldn't call them, I'm just looking around. Ms. Manning?
No, I've asked mine,
Ms.
thank
Bell?
you.
And I know that was a long presentation, but thank y'all for it, because I think it is the discussion of the work. Y'all been asking about that. It's like we could get all of them here together.
Tanya?
Can I have mine as paper?
Pardon me?
The extra part. That's the only question I have, is can I have mine in paper?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Hearing no questions.
Just before we adjourn, may I say this just in passing to you as we get ready for next month. remember that, as I mentioned, it'll be an early meeting, it comes early in the month. And it comes right after, so the meeting's on Thursday, there's a state holiday on Monday, and it's the week after Memorial Day. So just realize we'll be getting the packet out on Memorial Day week. It won't affect it, we'll be getting it out, but it'll be really short-staffed around here, I suspect, that week. It usually is, because that's a good week for people to take off. So if you think about things that you specifically would like for us to bring up or present on or discuss, the earlier we get them, the better, because if we get really short notice, there are 2 state holidays on back-to-back Mondays, so, and a lot of people take off during that time, and so it'll be more difficult to kind of pull things together at last minute. So if you just think about that, the legislature obviously has to adjourn by June 15th. The discussion now is that they will probably not meet the week of the state board meeting. They usually take a dead week, and that may be the dead week, so they won't be in town that week. That's not set in stone, but very likely that's what's going to happen now. Is their last true meeting business days will be the week of Memorial Day, and then they'll take the dead week that next week, and then come back and sine die sometime right after that. That could change. So just know that this next several days, next 4 weeks get kind of iffy. I'm going to be going tomorrow morning, leaving, go up to Florence. I'm speaking at graduation at UNA tomorrow twice. So I won't be here in the office, but if you need me, I'll be on the road quite a bit tomorrow. So good drive up there, good time to talk to folks on the road. And so those are just some general things. Oh, and one other thing, this is just a logistics. Your name badges. You got a new one, but it does not work everywhere. There are some doors the new one works on. Miss Bell and I were talking about this morning. She got locked out by accident because there's some doors, including the one at the parking garage.
She couldn't get in. I got out of my car.
And there were 2 cars behind him, bless her. She said,
So
"Hey."
the parking deck, you can only use the old one. Like the door down here by the cafeteria, you only can use the new one. So everybody around here is carrying 2 tags. We think by August, everything will be on the new one. But for right now, just keep carrying the new one and the old one, and we've got your new one coming.
Bless you, because I shredded mine, so I'm gonna pick out the pieces. Tell everybody not to shred it.
Don't shred them.
We're gonna ask you to turn in the old ones once they transition all the doors.
Yeah,
And
they
I didn't know
actually
that, so I was being
charge
very
us for them
efficient.
if we don't turn them back in. So we're just
Well, they
we're
charge me by
collecting
the
them.
piece.
So.
Who is the
Yeah,
they?
you'll be fine.
Who is the
Okay.
they?
So the Department of Finance. Finance Department owns the building. Of course, we share the building with Revenue and DHR. And we all have different access. So there's a computer chip in them. So like, I have access to parking deck door, to this door down here, but there's many doors I don't have access to, including like if I get off on the DHR's floor 2, my card reader won't work on theirs. Theirs won't work on our floors. So evidently they're more sophisticated than I thought they were, and so they want them turned back in. So they're going to shred them anyway, but they just want to account
I'll bring the
for all
pieces,
the
I
parts.
promise. I still have them in my, I have a big
Ms.
shredder.
Bannon,
Thank y'all. Thanks for
wait,
the.
Ms. Bannon,
As a new board member, I just want to say to the department how helpful everybody is. And I don't know that that's always the case with all state boards, but it has been wonderful for me to be able to text or call or get information, and I just want everybody to know I appreciate that.
And that's good, and that has been that way. They've always been very supportive and helpful, and it's good to know as a new board member, you see the same
Oh,
thing.
yes, definitely.
I use my prerogative. Tim, do you want to give us any legislative update? You can say no if you don't want.
Not really, things are moving, there's a lot happening education-wise right now, so we're waiting to see what all happened today. Some things passed out of the House, but like Dr. Mackey said, the next few weeks will be, very interesting.
Be a big report tomorrow, so be looking for it.
Yeah, we will send our report in the morning once we get through today, and then of course, we're still watching the budget, and you'll have a budget report in there as well.
Kennedy's been busy raising these puppies. You have a question, yes,
No, I
ma'am?
don't have a question. I have an announcement. Happy birthday to you tomorrow, Dr.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
We are adjourned.
Right here. Yes, and my phone.